1, 2.
When can we start?
We're ready to start. We've gone live now. So, I just want to find out who is the first person presenting.
I will be 5 minutes and then it's Mark.
Mark, okay. Okay. When you're ready, there's a microphone for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I set up Mark so long?
Sorry?
Can I set
Yes.
him up so long?
Yes.
Oh, you?
Very well, thanks.
I think so.
Yes. 5 minutes and then you.
You're going to be the MC, I assume.
No.
All the MC.
No, it will be another guy.
Okay. But I just have to get up and...
Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much.
From a presentation.
No, the one that I sent.
The one that you sent. Can you help me to load
Yes.
it up?
So it's a succession. No, not this one. I sent it the last one. Do you have WhatsApp?
Yes, if you go to this one, and then go to that one, and then
Should I just open it? Yes. So we can start with this. Do we have?
the clicker.
Yes.
Yes. So let's test it. Okay.
Okay.
It's all ready. So I'll mic him up so long.
Sorry.
I'll put a head one, or does he prefer? I'll check with him if his handheld.
We can
or-
give him this.
Okay.
And also there will be another guy. I will show him to you. He's gonna be presenting after me.
Yes.
Like after my 5 minutes. So can we give him a mic?
1, 2.
Tiens,
Moi j'ai pas de ça. Ah si, ok, pour tout le
tu
monde.
vas changer les autres.
Je donne aux gens chacun.
Ouais. All good. Juste quand c'est à moi, tu vas juste changer une.
Ok, allô, test. Test, test.
Ok, let's go.
Tu me fais quel signe quand tu veux changer? Tu veux pas le tenir?
Non,
Non.
on juste change un pour mettre. J'ai pas de
Ah oui,
slide.
oui, ok, oui, c'est vrai.
Can we start? Can we put the slides? Hello everyone. Good morning. Good morning. With 30 minutes delay, good morning. We apologize for this delay. We hope that everyone got to enjoy some coffee and some nice donuts. They will still be here when you go out in approximately 1 hour and 10 minutes after we have a few sessions from our dear investors here in the room. So I would like to welcome everyone, give a warm welcome to AMLD Africa 2026. AMLD Africa is an entity that was founded in Switzerland in 2020 by a shared mission of democratizing AI in Africa. AMLD was founded by African students and alumni that live in Switzerland but are from African descent. Throughout the years, we got to organize conferences in Morocco at UMCSP University, online in Kenya, and we're now proud and honored to be here in South Africa. As you can see, AMLD Africa is trying to democratize AI across the whole continent, and we are doing this region by region, and we hope to go next year to one of the last regions that is not represented yet, which is West Africa. So AMLD Africa was founded because one of the reasons is that we have a constat that there is a lack of representation of African researchers in this field, in this fast-growing field. And we wanted to democratize this access to research. But to bring growth, you need research, but you also need the right leadership and the right people to apply this research to concrete projects. This is why we have a lot of startups today in the room that are contributing to this growth. So without further ado, I'd like to give a warm welcome, a big thank you to all the attendees for being here. I would like to give a big thank you for startups, for daring to bring growth and daring to set your ideas into concrete projects. Kerim Bgir, who is the CEO of InstaDeep, was asked, how can we bring forward this growth on our continent? And he said that the first step is that you have to believe. We tend, as humans, to put barriers for ourselves, artificial barriers, and if you do not believe in yourself, then who will? So I would like to thank the startups here for daring. I would like to thank the investors who are enabling this growth, not only by capital, but also by your network, your knowledge, and your support. Lastly, round of applause for the investors. Thank you. Lastly, as you may know, today is Startups and Communities Day. So we also have data science communities, Pan-African data science communities sitting in the room. We have AI Eswatini, we have Data Science Zimbabwe, AfriClimate, we have Zindi, we have Darkies in Tech, and we have 7 presentations this afternoon that will be starting at 1:30. So the program of the day will be having investor talks, followed by the coffee break. After that, we will have startup presentations, followed by a lunch with a dancing show at lunch. So I hope you guys are also excited about that. The lunch will be scheduled at 12:30, so with our 20-minute delay, we can assume it will be around 1 p.m. We will start with a dance show, we will have sandwiches and catering for everyone, and after that, we will have the presentations of the data science communities that will last for about 40 minutes, so at 2 p.m., and then everyone can go out and talk to the communities at their booth. So one more time, thank you everyone, and welcome to AMLD Africa 2026.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you, Khalil, for this amazing welcome. Hope you guys are ready for an amazing week. My name is Amaury. I'll be the host for this morning session. And please, guys, help me to welcome our first speaker, our first guest, Mark Harris, CEO of Timo Laurent, who will highlight the WITS local ecosystem and the impact Timo Laurent creates by bridging communities and investors. A big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here at the AMLD conference, surrounded by the brightest minds in machine learning and AI. This morning, I want to talk a little bit about a fundamental shift in our economic landscape, a shift that is redefining what it means to be a graduate in the 21st century. For generations, we've been guided by a very simple promise: get a good education, and you'll get a good job. But what happens when this comes apart? If you look at the problem, we are currently navigating a period of significant economic turbulence. The job market is slowing down. It's a reality. And despite holding degrees from esteemed institutions like WITS University, many of our graduates are facing the harsh reality of finding employment once they've got degrees. The statistics are sobering. There's a number about 43%, I'm not sure if it's correct, but graduate unemployment in South Africa has been on a concerning upward trend, more than doubling in the last 15 years. It's just where we find ourselves. This is not just a statistic, it's a story of unfilled potential, of bright minds eager to contribute, but finding the doors of traditional employment increasingly hard to open. But I'm actually excited of where we find ourselves. And there's a number of reasons for that. I don't want to dwell on the challenges. I'm here to talk about the incredible opportunities that are emerging from this very disruption. We are living in an area of unprecedented technological democratization. For the first time in history, the power to create, to innovate, and to build is no longer confined to large organizations or well-funded research labs. It's in your hand, it's in our hands, and it's in the hands of every student, startup, academic, and aspiring entrepreneur in this room. So why do I say that? Why is this an opportunity? The democratization of technology is fueling a new and exciting era of entrepreneurship. You see everything that WITS is doing already. So who knows what the WIC is? Raise of hands here. Who knows what Simologong is? A little more hands. Who knows what the WITS Entrepreneurship Clinic is? Okay, so therein lies the problem. Because I think WITS is going out of its way to create an enabling environment to make you guys successful. We are witnessing a paradigm shift from a world of job seekers to a world of creators and individuals who will become empowered to create wealth for themselves in ways we would never have dreamt about a decade ago. Think about it. Trading, leveraging sophisticated algorithms. Just that on its own. You don't need large companies to do that anymore. Influencers building global brands from their bedrooms. It's happening. Content creators totally disrupting traditional production houses. You know, I met someone, he was not South African, and I said to him, so have you signed up for multi-choice in DSTV? And he says, no, I watch TikTok, yeah? That's what he said. He says there's no need for it. So it just shows how this disruption is happening. And social media platforms are creating global stages to tell all stories. The revolution is being supercharged by the very technologies we are discussing at this conference. So first of all, I just want to thank AMLD. When they first approached me a couple of months ago, I was a little shocked that Tunisians are coming to South Africa supported by the Swiss to run this conference. That's stunning, right? So round of applause to these guys, first of all. And from the look of some of their faces, they're not all Tunisian, so to everybody else as well. And if you think about these technologies, right, from AI, robotics, animation, gaming, and gamification, these are not just buzzwords. They are building blocks of our future economy. And the impact has been felt across every sector, from clean energy, agri-tech, biotech, environmental, waste, everything you can think about, and there's a lot of support to make this happen. If you're not tapping into these programs, these ecosystems, then you're missing a huge opportunity, because there's a lot of these programs across both private as well as public sector. So, at the heart of this transformation that's occurring, WITS is there. So Simologong means a place of new beginnings. We're there to work with the youth to create new startups for two reasons. Anyone want to have a go? Why two reasons? What are the two reasons? It's to through, just finish it for me and then we're done. Through entrepreneurship, that's it. So that's what we do. We build entrepreneurs. We ran a lot of critical projects, both for the economy as well as South Africa last year. We ran something called the G20 SA Tech Challenge. And we had about 1,000, just to give you a view of the size of this requirement, we had about 1,400 new startups apply. 1,400. WITS is really keen that, and I will continue to communicate all the programs that we run, because I need you guys to apply. I need you guys to apply. So please watch out. If you don't know Tsimologong, please get on to our brands. A lot of those programs do get advertised there. So as we immerse ourselves in the fascinating world of machine learning and AI over the next few days, I urge you to think beyond code. This is not about coding or engineering. Beyond the algorithms. Think about the problems you can solve, you can innovate, the business opportunity, the businesses that you can build, and the impact that you can create. The old rules no longer apply. The future belongs to the creators, the innovators, the builders, the entrepreneurs. And we here at WITS and Tsimologong are there to help you on your journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Let's move on. And guys, I want to welcome you guys, not just a speaker right now, one of the closest ambassador of AMLD Africa of this year. Let me welcome on stage Hayat Hamana. She's the founder of Africa Bridge, the voice pushing the growth of secondaries for high-flying ventures and beyond. Yeah. Thank you, Hayat.
Go. Hello, everyone. It's a real honor for me to be here with you today. First time for me in South Africa. I'm very excited. So today we're going to talk about something that may sound a little bit technical, but really, at the end of the day, it's very simple. It's about being able to buy and sell shares before a company goes public. Let me make it simple. Imagine you walking through a local market. The noise, the bargaining, the energy, everyone is trading in real time. Last week, you bought a tomatoes basket, but today someone wants to buy it from you. You didn't grow any potatoes, but you can still sell it. Maybe for more, maybe for less. It all depends on demand. Maybe you sell because the price is now higher and you want to make a profit of it. Or maybe you sell not because the price is high, but because you need cash right now. Maybe to pay for another vegetable, pay for school, or whatever emergency you can have. Now, just swap the tomatoes for startup shares. You are an early employee or a founder or early investors in a promising African tech company. Another investor wants to buy part of your share before the company goes public. This is what we call a secondary transaction. It's when existing share in a private company change hands between investors without creating new shares or raising new capital. I have a quick question for you. Who has ever wished they can buy and sell shares just like trading that bag of tomatoes in the market? Of course. That's exactly why the secondary markets matter. They bring liquidity, fairness, but also give access to investors of all sizes. It allows founders, employees, and early investors to manage their stake in a company without disrupting the startup itself. Let me zoom out a little bit and give you a global context. Secondaries aren't an African story. It's actually a very hot global topic. 10 years ago, founders and early investors often waited nearly a decade before seeing any return from their investments, mainly through IPO or an acquisition. Today, that's changing. US secondaries venture alone reached $95 billion in Q3 2025. Platforms like Forge, EquityZen make it simple, transparent, and trustworthy. Selling shares isn't selling out of the game. It's actually staying in the game, but becoming more strategic. What does it mean? Founders can now de-risk strategically, selling small portion without losing any control of the company. Investor can take partial returns, reinvest, and keep capital flowing. Like everyone can benefit from it. So now let's focus on Africa. Our venture market rebounds from $3.2 billion in 2024 to $4.1 billion in 2025. We now have over 50 startups valued above $100 million, led by Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt. We count 63 exits in 2024. It's nearly 50% higher than the previous year, but those exits were leading by LP pressure. LP pressure are the legal partner investing in VC fund, and then the VC fund invests in startup in you, I hope, in the future. In 2025, M&A, merger and acquisition, is taking off with 66 tech deals. It signals a very big shift in the market, from the very bold IPO hype to consolidation. And this is why secondaries aren't a niche tool anymore. They are actually a structural solution for African venture. And this is the space Africa Bridge is now shaping. Our goal is simple: make secondary transaction a normal, everyday part of the Venture Africa program. It's smart liquidity feeding growth. What does it mean? For founders, it means designing cap table and anticipating liquidity events. For GP, it means manage a liquid portfolio, return capital without disrupting any startups. And for other investors, it means to get access to vetted secondaries opportunities and pricing insights. If public markets are high-speed highway, we're currently building the smooth local roads that keep capital moving safely from one growth stage to the next. Who knows Money Point here? Can you just tell me? The Nigerian fintech that has been valued at $1 billion. It's one of our very rare unicorn. And it's actually a very good example. They structured their round so early investors and employees could sell small portion. Investors got early returns, employees reduced stress, and the company stayed focused on growth. During their unicorn round in 2024, 2 senior employees sold shares. One got $20,000 from it, and the other one got $50,000. That's as an employee. That's exactly what we want to see more. It has created tangible wealth. It fosters also the ownership and attract more talent for the long term. That's exactly the model we want to see. The alignment through liquidity and not friction. So, what's next? Our Africa Bridge platform. Think of it like the Forge, EquityZen, but for Africa and other emerging markets. It will provide three things: pricing discovery, verified transaction, and access for qualified investors. Of course, needless to say that we leverage AI to build the platform. We basically use AI agent to populate and to feed information about our prospect. Next step would be to see how AI can handle the negotiation itself between buyers and sellers, but that will come when we have enough data to do it. Really, the goal is simple: make Africa's top startup investable, tradable, and discoverable from Johannesburg to Nairobi to New York. Liquidity isn't really technical, it's actually transformational. It decides whether a founder burns out, yeah, because founders sometimes burns out, or thrive, or whether an investor stay engaged or leave. So that's what we want to provide: flexible liquidity to drive sustainable venture growth. Thank you all for your attention, and hopefully we will shape Africa's future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayat. I think we have time for maybe one question. If someone in the audience have any question, we have microphone moving around. If someone has a question for Hayat.
Test. Does it work? Test.
Yes, Khalil.
Thank you very much. In North America, in Europe, in other markets, even in Asia now, you see a lot of cash flow, you see liquidity in the markets, but that is something that we don't see in Africa. We don't see enough flow moving, and this doesn't give the chance for startups to participate in this kind of instruments that you just discussed. How come? Why is it the case in Africa that we're lacking in this space? And maybe is there like something, how can it be made more available for startups?
Thank you for your question. Actually, the US market is a very old market. It's one of the largest. It's one very dynamic. People are really into investment. Everyone are investing. They are risk taker by DNA. I think few countries in Africa has the same kind of DNA. Nigeria is one. I'm sure South Africa is one too. And it just takes time for an ecosystem to mature, because you need to be, this is something that I hope, and that's my bet actually with Africa Bridge, will start from now. We've seen many VC funds reaching the end of their investment horizon, and they definitely need to have some return to give. Conversation from Series B, which is quite early as well. Why? Because we want the companies to be, that's it. And how? Hopefully, Africa Bridge will be one solution, but I'm sure you will see more and more VC funds specialized in second.
Thank you, Hayat. One more round of applause for the program, and we can move on He might be there at lunch, so feel free to go talk to him. Sadly, he won't be here today. And we can, I think, move on directly for our first panel of the week, hosted by Hayat Hamana. So this panel will be moderated by Hayat Hamana, founder of Africa Bridge, once again. And we're delightful to welcome Bernadette Boule, Business Partnership Manager at 22 on Sloan, the largest startup campus in Africa. We'll have as well Keshni Morar, Fractional Strategy and Operation Partner at Josie Angels, an angel investor network based in Johannesburg. Thank you, a round of applause for them too. So we're skipping his presentation. Unfortunately, Huber won't be here as well.
It's a woman presentation.
It's refreshing to see a
Yeah.
panel of ladies. Hi, everybody.
So our session today is titled What to Expect from Different Investors. Founders often think about fundraising as one single process, but in reality, different investors back different stages, different risk, with very different expectations. The goal of this discussion today is to help founders doing three things: understanding who to approach and when, avoid common fundraising mistakes, and better navigate the capital cycle from a very early capital to institutional funding. So I'm joined by two panelists today with a very distinct perspective across that journey. Keshni from Josie Angels, representing a group of business angel network. We have Bernadette from 22 on Sloan, Africa's largest campus, helping founders with capacity building and founder readiness. So maybe let's start before the pitch deck, before the fundraising even happened. Bernadette, maybe from where you sit, what's the one capability you wish founder invested in earlier before they ever start any fundraising?
Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to see all the WITSies in the house. As a alma mater, hey, got it, clock it. So I'm with 22 on Sloan. We're the largest startup campus in Africa. And our work is really around capacity building. How do we prepare startups to go to market, to go to a Keshni, for example? And one of the things that we found, Hayat, is really where people are not financially literate. Just as a business owner, what do you need to start? Do you need to actually fundraise, or do you just need to go to your dad's best friend who's a millionaire and he could give you a 1 mil? Or do you just need to go to a PO fundraising or to say, look, I've got this purchase order. It's guaranteed to my company. Can you just fund it and I'll pay you the 6% that is due? So it's really around not being financially literate and not knowing what mechanisms are actually out there to help you scale your business. So capacity building is important because it allows you to really focus on your business and understanding what you're going to market with, but also saying to you, know your business. Don't just, give us this great big idea, we're going to solve world challenges. There are actually like 10 competitors. So if you don't know your research, if you're not financially literate, I think that's a gap that we start seeing a lot with startups that do come to 22 on Sloan for support and growth.
And maybe, do you think that there is at some point too much capacity building that can potentially slow down the momentum?
Absolutely. I think it's a lot of theory and us that are academics in the room. Sometimes you need to get past the theory and actually get to you're rolling up your sleeves and getting the work done. So sometimes it's overthinking it so much, putting your pitch deck in order, putting a business plan, and not really knowing that actually, let me just go out there, start this business, make the mistakes, and when you go to a pitch funder, you can actually tell them with confidence what you need when you go to your Josie Angels for some funding, yeah?
So thank you very much. And Keshni, actually, you work closely with very early stage founders. When does seeking angel funding too early may become counterproductive?
Oh, that's a very good question. Just before we answer that.
Sure.
How many founders in the room? A fair amount. How many aspiring founders in the room? Hi, Camille. How many investors in the room? How many aspiring investors in this room? Wow. You guys have money, you need to come talk to me. Right? I want you all to be investing in these aspiring founders. So, a little bit of background on me. Above Josie Angels, I wear a number of hats. Right? I'm a venture builder at heart. That's what I do. I'm part of Founder Institute. I run South Africa, or Southern Africa. It's the world's largest pre-seed accelerator, taking people from idea to traction in 14 weeks. And we do it very practically. So building on what Bernadette said, people look at capacity building as a problem, right? It's not a problem. It's actually a core fundamental. However, we take it a step further. In fact, we take it 10 steps further. So that when you go to an angel, that's either in Josie Angels, Naiban, or wherever in the world, you know what you are taking there. And when you are taking your idea, it's not just on paper. You've gone out and you've validated it. That is talking to your customers, being obsessed with their problem, being super obsessed with how you're going to solve that problem, and then layering that up with the systems and the processes to get the sales in, to prove the traction, and get the money into the door. Because once you get that, then the angels are there to say, you have showed us you are able to de-risk what you have come up with. And it doesn't have to be multi-millions. It is dependent on which sector you're in, the type of business you're running. If you haven't done that, going to angels, going to any investor is just totally a waste of your time and theirs, and it will burn your reputation. So please be very careful of that.
So obsession,
Yes.
but sometimes from obsession comes stubbornness, if I may say. So how do you know when a founder is coachable or not ready to be coached yet?
I think everybody's coachable. Everybody is coachable. It's to a degree, and you need to understand how to work with people and understand how they work, how they implement what they are doing. Yes, you're going to get those that are super stubborn. I've invested in a founder that refused to listen to probably about 20 investors. She lost the company, right? She threw away close to 20 million rand. Needless to say, none of us were impressed. But the reputation from that builds, then you build a track record, right? And people talk. This is a very small ecosystem. So apart from looking at how people behave, how they implement, how they decipher or take in multiple areas of advice, guidance, etc., looking at how they think about it, how do they, sorry, I feel like my back is towards you guys, I am so sorry. Looking at how they solve problems gives you a fairly good idea of how coachable they become, because you want people to still challenge you. You want people to be able to look at an investor and have a debate with an investor, not an argument, right? You come with proof, you come with, I know what I'm doing because I'm going down this path. And if you can show the proof points and de-risk that, we'll see a lot of those come through in how coachable somebody can be.
So we talk about readiness here mainly, but we know also that investors aren't looking for perfection. So now let's deep dive a little bit of what actually moves decision. So every investor says that they look at the deck, but we also know that the decision happens elsewhere. Maybe, Keshni, what's the one intangible you underwrite that never appears on the slide deck?
People don't look at data congruency on a deck. So if you're giving me a problem, the problem doesn't speak to what your solution is, and then I look at your market slide, your sizing, and you have no idea how to even size your market. I already know you don't understand the business, you don't understand the problem, your solution is probably crap. And I can do that all in 30 seconds. So when you look at a deck, I can go into Gamma and I can put the loveliest of things that come out of ChatGPT, and I know a ChatGPT deck when I see it, I just close it. I want to see the thought process, and I can see it from the words that you put in. I can hear it from the narrative that you build up. Everything needs to speak to one another. It doesn't have to be perfect. It'll never be perfect. it'll iterate over time, and that's okay, because you are iterating the business and the idea over time. Till you get to a point where you realize, now I'm ready to scale. I can build the systems, I can build the processes, and then I can put the people in to run it. Then that's, for me, the time where you really start going double down on fundraising.
But maybe I'm curious, do you back, as a business angel, do you back a vision or evidence, or is it something in between, you know? Because vision matter too, and the you know, the energy of the founder too.
100%. So it's a combination. It's not one or the other. In this world, there's nothing that's binary, right? The way you look at somebody's vision is when you look at who they are, what they're doing, and how they go about actually validating and de-risking. So it's nice to put stuff, like I said earlier, it's nice to put stuff on paper. It's lovely. But if you haven't shown how you're de-risking the idea to take it closer to market readiness or launching it into market, you have a mismatch, right? So you've got to have a balance of showing a bit of traction, which then gives you motivation or gives you that reason to believe in the vision. That founder I spoke about earlier, we believed in her vision. She was a health tech founder, believed in a vision, believed what she was going to do. The product itself would have been a phenomenal product, but that's as far as she could go.
Yeah, you see the limits as a founder. Bernadette, what kind of value or accountability you provide to your founders that maybe is often underestimated by founder, and they realize later and they come back to you?
So really realizing what you are trying to bring to market and what government expects from you. So we have a lot of informal traders in South Africa, and you know, big ups to the moms who are able to sell veggies and take their kids to amazing schools. And I think one of the problems that we're seeing in South Africa is we're trying to force the informal sector to be formalized, but unfortunately that's the only way that your Josie Angels can come in and back you. So one of the things that we really try to do and make sure that they put processes in place, governance is important, being able to again come back to market research. How's the best way to go to the market with your product? I think one of the things that we start seeing with people is that I have this amazing idea, but back to Keshni's point, is it a pain point for someone? Or is it just you like this? I like these t-shirts, therefore I think everyone is gonna like my t-shirts. Are you solving a problem, right? And so sometimes being able to have people actually adjust their business model and say, I thought I'm gonna be selling t-shirts, but actually the market wants recyclable bottles, right? And so some of the things we really do, we take them through 2 stages, your business readiness level program and your technical capability level program. And we really see where are you today and how do we help you scale to where you need to be. So the program is not a blanket approach, but it's really looking at an individual business and how do we say at the stages of your BRL, that's from 0 to 10, where are you in the process? Are you 0 to 3? Or are you already at 6 and now you just need to kind of scale, or you need to pivot? So that's the kind of things that we start seeing where people come in, no, I'm ready and let's go. And it's like, no, you still need to kind of go a few more steps before you get to a level where you need to scale.
So pivoting, iterate as much as you can until you find the right solution.
Absolutely.
Okay. So if it's what investor underwrites, so how do founders adapt as they move from what type of capital to another? I mean, moving from angels to institutional capital is not just about bigger checks. It's a very transformation, evolution. You're just not the same person anymore as a founder. So maybe Keshni, what behavior shift you noticed that tells you that a founder is ready for institutional capital?
I think it's more than a behavior shift, right? So I think you hit the nail on the head there, where at every stage, you may be a great founder, but it doesn't mean you're going to be that person to scale the company, right? And at that point, you need to be very self-aware in terms of what your capabilities are and what is it that the business needs, right? Because you need to start identifying the person that's going to be that person that's going to be sitting in front of the institutional capital investor. And that's a very, very hard space to be. When you've been in charge, this is your baby, you've grown it up, now you've got to send it off to college. Oh my God. You know, it's the same thing. Your kid gets married, you've got to move on. You've got a new daughter-in-law, son-in-law in the house, right? It's the same thing. It comes with adjustment, and how you deal with that adjustment as a business person is quite important. But in order to actually get there, you need to understand the fundamentals of business. And if you don't know that, you're going to struggle even more, right? So with institutional capital, I'm not saying that also you will have to move out. I've seen founders grow with their business and evolve themselves and improve over time, that when I look at them, I'm like, damn, I need you on my mentor panel. I need you to be on my investor panel. I need you to come in and stress test what other founders are doing. And because you see the growth in them from year to year. And it comes through a number of things. Governance is actually one of the core ones.
Okay, so it's a learning journey. You really learn about yourself as a person.
If I can just come in there,
Sure.
Harriet, and Keshni. I think one of the other things is being able to, you know, sometimes founders prepare their decks for angel investors, but they don't really, they're not proactive in realizing the challenges, right? You're too scared to tell them, actually, we haven't made profit in the last 6 months, or actually, we actually struggling with this. So another reason that, or another way to see if someone is ready is being able to confidently speak to the fact that, hey, we haven't made profit in the last 6 months. Actually, these are the challenges we are feeling. Or if you guys want to come on board with us, this is ABC that you need to know up front before you want to actually invest. Because I think when you're a small business, you just want to get the deal. You just want to get it, let's move on, I'll fix the problem later. But when someone's quite confident, it's because they know their business and they know that it is going to scale because it's predictability and it's not perfection. It's not to say this is going to go extremely well, come on board. It's really saying, knowing my business, with this kind of customer, this is what I need to do. And if you're coming on board, this is how we scale together as an investor.
Wow. And have you ever maybe advised a founder to not raise the next round, just to wait a little bit, and maybe why? What was the reason?
Is it an investor or founder?
Founder, you advise
Founder,
him?
advisor, a founder. Yes. So I'll give you a story of a company called Adhesion. They're out of Stellies. We invested in them about 1.5 years ago. Alongside that, we also have them raise 100,000 euros in grant funding. And so with them, when I looked at them for the first time, I realized, hold up, I've got contacts in the agri-tech space where these guys would fit in so well. And I made one introduction. That introduction landed them a few contracts, which actually closed the gap for the next funding round. So as much as that they were going to raise like $400,000 post our funding round, which was supposed to happen within a 6-month period, within that 6-month period, they managed to close it using sales. And the founders sat in front of us and they were like, no, we're opening the next round. We need to do this as our plan. And we're like, but hold up, the financials say that you don't need to do that. So please explain why you'd want to do that and dilute your current investors, right? So you gotta understand, this comes back to your financials. Understand every part of your business and how it operates, because he thought that if he had raised it immediately, he could start scaling what he wanted immediately, which wasn't actually the truth, in all honesty. I can understand you wanting to raise the funding and then putting it into account, in earning interest, and then you're using the interest for something else and all of that arbitrage. But you need to know and build faith in your funders and your investors that you know how to run this company and you're not going to run it into the ground. So there's a number of times where we do sit with founders and the fundamentals matter. It matters, especially when you're with an angel network. Angels will not get involved in your business unless you want them to. You go to them because they're going to open up networks for you. They're going to open up other channels for investment. They're going to open up channels, you want this the most, sales. And when you do that and you get hitting a glitch somewhere, it's not like you have to go pay somebody else. Go to your investors and say, I need help. Back to where am I struggling? instead of I need the next round. Because if you're in a perpetual rat race of, you're literally on the rat wheel, that turning wheel that a rat sits on, it's like you're never going to get off it. And so you need to be very clear well in advance. Plan your fundraisers, at least 2 fundraisers in advance. It takes about 9 months to a year to close a round. So plan it. You're planning 2 years in advance constantly before you can find secondaries. So
Thank you. So planifications and anticipation. Maybe Bernadette, how can founders manage early investors when bigger checks funds comes in?
I think it's important to still respect your initial investors, and so that we need to understand who does what. You know, you're here to provide investment, but you're not here to run the company. You're here to provide advice, but you're not here to tell me how to run this investment. But also being able to, again, be upfront with your incoming investors to say, we had this round, this is where we are, and this is where we want to go, and being quite transparent. But it's quite important to appreciate your investors, but also make sure that it's still your company, the responsibilities that you have agreed on. So being upfront initially to say, this is what we're doing, this is the journey we're going. At the first round, this is where you're going to be assisting me, and then the next round, and I think to Kirshni's point where she mentioned that it's not that they're running your business, you still run your business. If you do want advice, if you do want some more clarity or direction, certainly say, hey, this is where I need guidance on. But it's quite important for you to set the boundaries quite early so that when you get to a stop where it's a bit uncomfortable, you're having that conversation and everyone's clear on how to move forward.
Kirshni, you want to elaborate as well? You have an example, maybe?
So when you're going from the angel space and you're going to go, I don't know how many of you guys, just a show of hands, do you all understand the life cycle of funding? Where you'll start, few of you? Okay, basically, let me quickly give you guys a quick, right? So you'll start off, you'll want grants, etc. Always go for grants first, non-repayable, because you get repayable grants too now. Friends, family, fools, and then go to people you don't like, because if you don't give the money back and they don't speak to you, then it's okay. And if it's family, you know, you don't want to turn every Sunday lunch into a board meeting. You know, once you get through that round, then you go to angels. Angels would be your first kind of formal public or private public raise, and that's where you would get somebody like Josie Angels to consolidate, or get bigger private angels in place where they super high net individuals that will come in and invest. They often taking the biggest risks. So that lot of people, right from friends, family, foes, and angels, we take the biggest risks, right? So taking the biggest risks comes with a lot. It comes with a lot of onus on you to prove and de-risk the business as much as you can. But we also understand that once we put the money in our minds and our hearts, we wrote it off. Don't tell anybody I told you all that. But it is the highest risk because we're expecting the highest reward. We are taking that first step with you. So please don't be disillusioned that you're not expected to pay it back. You are. Even though we may have written that off, we still want you to show a reward because that money goes back into other startups that we invest in. Going from there, when you choose your next round, the next level of funding would be your VCs. Now the VCs come with a different mandate, they come with different requirements, but also very, very high expectation of returns. Make no mistake, they are following the Silicon Valley rules, and even though the markets are immature in Africa, the rules still stand, right? The mechanism works. We as entrepreneurs have to actually start learning to play the game, in my opinion. And I think that's not a hard thing to do. If you get your foundations right, it's not a hard thing to do. Once you're finished with each, now remember at each of these different stages, everybody's looking for exits. The secondaries that was spoken about earlier was around how did those previous investors actually exit their investments. It's usually through a secondary. So I would hope that a VC would come in and buy my investment at maybe 4, 5, 6, up to 35 times my multiple, right? So if I put in 1 rand, I want in 35 rand back from you. That's my expectation generally, right? That sounds like more the devil than an angel, but that's capitalism, right? I want to make big bucks. That's why I'm taking a risk on a very risky asset class. Same goes for VCs. They're looking for the big exits. They're looking for the money points. They're looking for the flutter waves. They're looking for, in our markets, which ones could we go? The yellow one. No, the Optasia. No, I don't see Optasia as South African, to be honest. The Coco, the bank. Guys, the bank. Time Bank, other bank. Not so much African Bank. Think of. Yes. Like Yoko. Ikoka, thank you. Those are the local ones, right? So if you want to understand how they built it, they actually had backing from corporates. It was a corporate, it was built in from a corporate. So you all got to figure out how you can get that kind of magic outside of a corporate if you don't have that ability. That's unfortunately across Africa, that's why we need corporates in our life. And so understanding those things. But back to the question on each of the phases, understanding how you're going to exit your investors is quite important. So when you are fundraising, you have to have a plan on what their exit strategy should be. Because when you pitch to them, the first thing I look at is how am I going to get out of this investment? I can't go put it on the JSE, right? I have to sell it to a private investor. The only time a private investor is going to buy it, it's either if it's highly discounted and they can take it and turn it around, or they're going to see what they can take from that, they're getting it at a good price, and they're going to grow it and take it to the next level. So it's up to you as the founders to actually understand how that works and how to give your investors that conviction, that belief in you to invest in you at those various stages. But that comes down to numbers.
Yes, thank you, Keshni, for taking us back on earth and staying in reality. It's not just a game, it's money, people. And in the future, you own money. So thank you very much. Bernadette, maybe at what point does governance stop being optional? I think you mentioned it earlier, and I'll let you both of you elaborate on this topic about governance. When does it stop being optional?
It's never optional.
It's never optional, but it's also when you're wanting to really scale, right? So governance is quite important because it gives the same investors that are like backing you up a peace of mind to say that they've ticked the boxes, and whether you have a good relationship or not, at the end of that investment round, you can still exit knowing that these things are in place. But it's also a reputation thing, right?
Yeah, so governance is not an optional, it's a must from the get-go. You'll start off when you're building your business out. You're going to get a board of advisors. Those board advisors need to be kept up to date regularly. It just becomes good hygiene to make sure that your investors, whether it is a mentor is also an investor even if they're not putting money in. If it's an accelerator, tell them, this is where I am, that's what I'm doing. That's all part of your governance, right? Governance is broader than that. It covers a number of aspects across the business. It also tells us whether you know what's happening where in your business, right? Because the last thing you'd want is anything that can put your investor in bad, ruin their reputations, or your own, because there's no recovery from that. I don't know how many of you guys know 54 Collective or Founders Factory Africa?
Yes.
Right, so would you all trust them now if they came back into the market? No, right? But your guys don't know what happened behind the scenes, right? They had governance in place. They had everything in place. They made one mistake. One mistake killed them. $107 million gone. So governance is not optional. You do it from day one. You understand the implications of it, and you make sure you carry it with you when you wake up in the morning, when you go to sleep, when you're feeding the dogs, going for a walk. It's with you like a tail. It doesn't disappear.
And it brings you kind of security as well for yourself as a founder. Now I have like 3 questions. Let's keep it fast. Maybe one sentence, if possible. So, what's one myth about your type of investor that you wish founders stop believing?
I think that the myth that there are no investors is really one that we need to debunk. I think the problem that we're seeing, and it's very similar to what we're saying about the careers people go in and what the market needs. So in my head, it's almost like you have these small businesses wanting investors, and they're waiting at the taxi rank, and the investors are at the airport. They're not meeting each other at a common area. So I think that would be the myth I would debunk.
Thank you.
That you can raise on a hope and a prayer. I'm gonna send DTI a little application for that grant. No, it doesn't work that way. You got to de-risk. Even at every level of your business, you need to de-risk it. And you know what? When you do that, you just become a stronger founder. I've seen founders that have built businesses that have turned millions in a year, and I've worked with founders who've turned nothing in a year. It comes down to you. The force sits between there and there. So choose your battles.
Thank you. What's second question? When is the best moment for a founder to say, nah, no thanks, to an investor? Does it happen actually? Have you seen that before?
So I would say not every investor is your investor. I firmly believe that. And you are allowed to say no to an investor as well. So when you think somebody's taking advantage of you, giving you very, like for example, Benedette, you brought up, somebody may want to take control of your company. If somebody has to come to me and say, I'm putting 20,000 Rand or $20,000 into your business and I want 51%, I'll be like, nice knowing you, right? So understand what you need to understand your business and understand what the right terms are for your business. At the same time, don't be stubborn. Negotiate. Everything is negotiable. Every single thing is negotiable, right? If there is something that is not negotiable on your side or their side, be open about it as to why it's not negotiable. Play those open cards because you never know, there might be a solution that could work for you. It gets a little tougher as you get into bigger groups and depending on who you're dealing with. If you're going to government, highly unlikely that you're going to be able to negotiate your terms, right? They have standard funding agreements, etc. Angels a little easier, VCs as well. So as long as you know and you can show that you've de-risked a lot and you find that the terms that are being offered to you are not kosher, walk away. There's nothing wrong in walking away. Also do a lot of due diligence on your investor. So go and see where they are in the public. Sometimes, look, the super HNIs, you will not find them on panels. You won't find them anywhere on the internet. They are not on LinkedIn. Those are sitting in networks. So.
And time is money, if I may say.
Really.
Keep it safe. Bernadette?
No, I think she nailed it. I don't want to add.
Okay, so I have another one for you. So if founders could read your mind for 10 seconds before pitching, what would they hear? If they can hear your mind for 10 seconds before they pitch.
So they would hear, do your research, be financially literate, really understand the dynamics of the finances within the industry that you're in.
Know your market. Like if you cannot explain your market, you cannot explain your customer. You can't explain your numbers, you're out the door. Do not say ever, my accountant knows that, or my co-founder. If you are pitching, you need to know every single thing that you are pitching about that business because somebody like me will tear you down very quickly. Unfortunately.
Pressure, pressure. So before I wrap up, I'd love to open the floor to a few more questions or reflections. Future founders? Yeah?
Thank you. So a question, I know a lot of people will probably come to investors for financial funding. What happens if you have, or have you ever come across founders that come to you and are like, I come from a background where I don't know what's going on. I need some more strategic guidance from somebody more experienced. How would that necessarily work?
I think it's really around the capacity building. The gentleman, Mr. Mark Harris, is here earlier, and he was talking about the things that they're doing as Chimo Lohong and 22 on Sloan. It's really around trying to build that capacity to help you understand, so that before you have that conversation with your Josie Angels, what do you need to know, right? So I really would push that. I think had I known what I know today, I wish I knew it when I was running a business, right? It makes a huge difference to know that there are so many resources in South Africa, and we don't know that. So just kind of do your homework about what is out there for help to help me prepare.
So can I quickly also answer that? There's many people who want to help. Many, many people. You'd actually be surprised. You just need to go out and ask. You may need to pay some people, but be careful who you pay, right? There are a number of programs in South Africa. I think we've got 98 accelerators. Something stupid like that. Not, yeah, please do your homework before you'll join an accelerator. Make sure that it is what you need for the stage you're at. That's very, very important. We see people jumping from accelerator to accelerator and they don't get what they need, and then they say the accelerator is crap. No, the accelerator is not crap. You made a crap decision, right? That's the first thing. Self-awareness. Join accelerators, especially at the very beginning, where their mentors are business people, not lecturers. Sorry to all the lecturers. My apologies. I know I'm sitting in a university hall. That's where the finance comes in. You go. I'm joking. You want somebody who's built a business. Whether they failed, they succeeded, the shortcuts you will get from that, priceless. Write down what your needs are, and then look at what the ChatGPT helps a lot. I'm not gonna lie, right? The hack is, I am a new founder. This is the problems I'm seeing. Tell me, based on all the accelerators that are available across the world, which one would be the most apt for the problem I'm trying to solve at this point?
Question.
Yeah, over there.
Okay. Question. Okay, so I had a friend who was like very technical minded. He built like an amazing app and then he put it like on a Play Store. But the thing is, even though it was so amazing, the app like really never took off. So how does someone like that who's like pretty amazing on the technical side like grow in the business side? Also, second question, difference between an investor and a shareholder.
Okay. So let's do the investor versus shareholder first. So shareholder holds shares in your company. The investor may not necessarily hold shares. It depends on the type of instrument that you take the investment with. So you get safe notes, convertible debt, straight out debt. It all depends on the instrument. As soon as they buy shares in your business, they become a shareholder, right? Finances 101. To your question around, there's lots of technical founders out there, tons of technical founders out there. Build brilliant apps, but don't understand the market. They don't understand the problem that they're solving. They're building it probably, in my experience, on this is what I think it is. They haven't gone and validated the market. And they don't actually want to do that. They want to build. They need to partner with somebody who's able to go out and talk to the customer. What is the problem? If I am WITS, I'm probably like, guys, what do you want to study? Like, where's the world going? What is the world of work looking like? And changing and altering and adding to the curriculums what is needed for the future of work. Right? Same thing with the business. I hope I answered that.
Question here.
Yeah. For the question, please stand up and say your name and what's your position, role.
My name is Gaurelo Matawata and I'm a student. So I wanted to ask, in terms of, let's say, launching from an MVP perspective, so what's the time frame for you guys to gather enough data to say this idea is valuable enough for investors to, consider it worthy? And what are key indicators you guys look at, like in terms of measuring investors' worthiness, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so can I answer that? Excellent question. So there isn't a time per se indicator. It's a combination of indicators. Time is just one aspect, right? And depending on the type of business you're in, the market you're in, that's where it goes to the question. When you ask a question, I need to know what market are you in. If you're in biotech, I'm expecting that to be 2 to 3 years because you've got to go through clinical testing, you've got to go through regulatory hoops, blah, blah, blah. But if you're building a marketplace, I'm expecting that traction to come in within probably 6 months of launching, right? But if you're doing a SaaS product, not 6 months. I'm expecting you to go aggressively and sell.
Just quick one on that. So some indicators might not be like financial per se. So like traction of, let's say you're building a web app, whatever. So let's say website traffic, would you guys look at that as a key indicator even though it's not turning into financial incentive?
It's a vanity metrics. We'll go back and see how did you get the web traffic. Did you pay for that traffic or was it organic, right? And if what was your call to action to get people to engage with you and buy from you? If there's nothing like that, it's meaningless.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nkululeko Reginald Sidibe. I'm technical founder of Nkulu Creative and Technology and Wonder Books. I'm a creative technologist and an AI generalist. My question has to do with the different rounds of funding and how my company is evaluated within the different phases of funding. And I think the bigger question would be, is it advisable to delay some of the rounds or say no to a specific investor if I know I need the money, but the value is undervaluing my actual company?
No, I think a lot of the questions, to be fair, is quite important, Keshni, is that it's really about people that are running businesses. And I don't want to kind of skew the questions back to accelerator programs. So the round of questions, I would rather take it to your side because these are practical solutions that 22 and Sloan can come in after or before, but not as someone who's running a business. So I will rather deviate to you.
No, that's great to you. Yeah, so valuations is an art and a science, right? There's, again, depending on your type of business, valuation can be very different. I worked in mergers and acquisitions. I've closed deals up to $4.5 billion across this continent. I've done everything from small businesses to IPO. Valuations, I can make a number up and work towards it. That's how good I am, right? And you can be that good as a founder as well. Just go and learn financial modeling. Anything's possible, right? Valuation is about perception about your company. The only way you start kind of filtering out the noise is when you show how you've de-risked. You've got the proper metrics in place to show that, and it's evidence. It's easier then to have the discussion around valuation. So that's why a lot of founders take out safe notes or convertible debt at the very beginning, or go for grants. I'm a big believer, as much as I want to make lots of money off these nice inventions, bootstrapping is the best strategy ever, right?
Sorry, just back to that. So one of the things that we do at 22 and Sloan, we work with about 32 venture capitalists and angels, and that's where they come to us and say, we are looking for a founder in this industry, in the AI space, or we had one with someone who is in the mining space, and then they come to us for pipeline. So that's where we would come in and actually refer you and say, this is the profile, this is how much profit they've made. We actually do something called a deal book where we release it every quarter and say, these are some of the founders that have gone through our program, because then they know they're investor ready. They've kind of gone through that incubator, scale up, accelerator program, and then we'd be able to connect you to an investor or a VC, and that's where we would be able to assist in that regard. So come and talk to us, and I think there are some that have asked us for like about 10 people that are with 10 industry or 10 businesses that are in your industry.
Hi, well, afternoon, no, morning still. Okay, good morning, my name is Kimberly Bezernert. I am the consulting CEO of Back Office Pro and also founder. And as a startup, I have a couple of questions. The first one was for the high impact driven and infrastructure heavy startups. that high assurance requirements often include that the very founders of these grants are meant to support it. So are there funding models or grant frameworks that you've seen in the past decouple the early funding and heavy compliance guarantees? And secondly, like, in all honesty, are there any funding opportunities that exist that don't require such traditional assurance or collateral or matching when it comes to funding requirements, especially for venture capitals that are looking at 350 million rand from the South African government, or 3.2 million US dollars?
Okay, I think I've got amazing panelists with me, but I want to just respond from a perspective of accelerator program. So there are companies that are saying we've got a budget of about 35 mil that we need to invest into small businesses in a grant format, and it's a grant without any interest or anything. And then there are some that will come to us and say that there is a bit of a process that needs to happen where they need to go through a program before they can do that.
Well,
Can I quickly just answer that? So in terms of infrastructure is quite difficult, right? It's a very high upfront capex. So when you're going to look for that type of capex, understand which industry you're in and which one you want. If you're looking at mining has got a lot of money that can be free, right? ESD programs, for example. ESD programs are a brilliant place to look at how you can get into various supply chains, because they mandated by government and they have to pay it as part of their taxes to keep their scores, right? And not only that, their licenses probably to operate. So ESD funds, you've got this DTIs, you've got all these guys that do have a number of funds. You need to understand what those funds are there for. They do have grant, partial loan, a combination. There's a lot of instruments out there. You need to understand the type of instrument that would be best for where you are in the cycle, and understand that also when it comes to VCs, not many will look at high infrastructure costs, right? However, it's not to say they're not existent. Just know who your investor is.
guys, we have really no more time. I think we're just going to move on to the last small question because we're out of time. Sorry.
Thank you. I got a very short question. Hi, panel. My name is Blaine Cook, founder, investor, and CEO at AI Global Networks. And we are currently in the process of building infrastructure. Kirshni, I've got a question for you. I saw how you drilled our business partners and our business relationships in Kenya last month at the NBA Triple Accelerator. So I've got a question for you. It's publicly known that the DSTI, which is a department in South Africa, has invested 9 billion rand into data science and technology innovations this year. Compared to what you guys are doing at Josie Angels and the DSTI, what would make Josie Angels a go-to for an investor and a startup founder as myself?
Okay, that's a good question, because the angels in our network go on a deal-by-deal basis. Understanding how syndication works with angel investors is quite important. You may get angel investors that go in deals by themselves. You'll get those that will say, my minimum ticket size is 500,000, right? In infrastructure specifically, you got to get those super HNIs in. The guys that are syndicating for the, I'm going to say small ticket sizes, anything from 500,000 upwards, those guys, unless they understand infrastructure very well, they won't invest. And I'm not talking specifically about Josie Angels, I'm talking about generally, right? Angels will invest in things they understand and they can take a risk on, right? Because they're making the decision. In a VC fund, very different. And there are angel groups that will act like a VC fund and operate like a VC fund, but a VC fund has a mandate. They have to give feedback to their LPs. What is the LP's mandate to them? If you don't understand that, you are dead in the water. So understand what their requirements are from their LPs to show a return. And you have to show that. And if that's not, it doesn't fit with you, don't go with it.
Thank you, Kirshni. Maybe a quick comment. I'm sometimes supporting founders too. Really rarely, time to time I try to do it. It's a bit contrarian. Of course, stay realistic, but at the same time, I like founders when they think bold, when they have a vision not just in their local market, but they want to export their solution abroad, in another continent, in another country in Africa. So just like keep it bold as well. That's the founder that interested myself the most, indeed, I need to admit. So thank you. You understood that it's all about getting the right partner at the right stage with the right expectations on both sides. Thank you to our panelists.
Please, a big round of applause. Bernadette, Keshni, and Hayat, you guys realize that your time is worth the gold. Everyone wants to ask so many questions.
Well, happy to chat to you guys outside if you want.
Yeah, they'll be outside. We're having a break right now. I just want to remind you guys that we've been broadcasted in more than 20 different universities all around Africa. So you guys are part of a big, big, big movement. See you at the break. Thank you.
Perfect. Amel, do you have the car key? Do you want to get at the back? You know there's this box for this new mixer. Can you get that one? I want to try and make the mics go higher. just do a sound test. Let's push it hard.
Test.
Sounds good?
Should I turn it?
Yeah, perfect.
Test.
All good. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, good.
So how are we doing the presentation today?
In running order.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna send this. It's a very good point, actually.
And you said we can use this in document, right?
Yeah.
And then we have a pointer and
Yeah. So.
alright.
Right. If you really wanna delete the few slides you wanna click on, you can just go to him and delete it. Or if you just want to skip it, as you wish.
Because it's not nice to skip out the sentence.
Yeah, yeah, it's easy. It's easy.
Test, test.
But he's made also other changes.
So you say they can actually, because the
so-
slides are removed, I put some info on the other slides so that I don't.
So maybe we can switch like to another PowerPoint. Yes, that's what I was thinking. So it's so easier. So
Technically, is that alright?
that would be easier. So that if I amend that, I might make.
Okay. So let's select your number here.
Okay, sure.
Ça,
Ouais.
tu viens d'où d'ailleurs?
Tunisie.
Tu sais, d'accord, cool. Est-ce que ça vaut le coup qu'on s'assoit devant ou comment tu fais?
Non, mais,
Ou on se met où on veut?
Si tu
Non.
veux. Ouais, ouais, ouais. En soi, pourquoi pas.
Ou est-ce qu'il y a des gens qui s'est déjà pris
Non,
avec
pas du tout, non. Il y a- c'est mieux devant, comme ça,
Comme
t'as
ça, un
pas.
peu, ouais.
You wanna do like 8 minutes, and how do you wanna divide with questions?
Probably do 6 minutes. And
Okay,
then the rest for questions.
that's nice. So
Do
that
you
we
guys
have,
have a laptop or do we bring our own laptops?
we have a laptop and we have your slides too.
Okay, sick. Should I sit somewhere close? Maybe if I sit where I used to sit and then just come down.
You can sit wherever you want.
Okay, sick.
Yeah.
Any like expectations that they represent Switzerland well? Don't fuck it up, right?
No, actually.
Because we thought about like it's not pitch, you know, because we're not raising money, but it's more like casual. We're just gonna say what we do.
Okay, that's
good, no?
That's even cooler, I think.
Okay. And I think we'll have some because we didn't time it, so I don't know. But it should be under 10 minutes. Hopefully, time for questions.
Okay.
I think it'll be
Yeah.
cool as well.
Perfect. Actually, if you wanna do like minutes and like keep
Yeah.
2 minutes or like even less, whatever you
Okay.
feel.
Okay, but then I will just look at the timer, like I said, for
Yeah.
example.
Yeah.
Let's just do
Most
some
important
questions.
is like 10 minutes with questions.
Okay, sick. Sounds good.
Yeah.
The take in one of the screens, the one that I'll be using for my notes.
Yeah, actually, you can just bring your computer because I see he doesn't. You can just bring your computers, put it here.
Okay.
And you'll have the slides. You'll have the slides here, and you can put like another laptop here. I'm gonna take it off this one.
Okay.
with you and bring it. Oh, okay. Yeah. You can prepare it if you want, so that we don't have take it with you, prepare.
Okay. And then
open
bring it
this
after when I'm done.
Yeah, take it.
Okay. Just need my charger.
Prepare it, and then you can just arrive with it. Okay. So welcome everyone again. So my name is Saif. I will be hosting this coming up pitch sessions. So the idea is simple. We actually have 1 hour 30, 8 startups, 10 minutes per startups, including 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So please don't be shy to ask whatever question you have in mind. And if we don't have time to get your questions, we'll have all the startups having a demo booth throughout the conference, so you'll have plenty of time to talk with them and exchange with them. I would also ask you to give really a lot of all your love and support for these startups. And without further delay, our first startup presenting is Kwema AI, who built Esquai. It's actually the first startup in Africa who built an AI-powered legal research platform. Please give a round of applause for Dr. George Boateng.
Thanks. Hi, so we've built Esquire, so I'm the CEO of Kwame AI. We've built Esquire, which is a trustworthy legal AI for African legal professionals with a long-term goal of democratizing access to legal services for individuals and businesses. So the problem we're trying to address is that legal work across Africa is really manual, tedious, and time-consuming, mainly because a lot of the legal content isn't easily accessible. So lawyers have to go through books manually to find content for legal work that they do, which takes a lot of time. And so we've built Esquire, which is a trustworthy legal AI that enables lawyers to research efficiently, review thoroughly, and draft precisely using our comprehensive database of case laws and legislation, user-uploaded documents, or the internet. I'll do a live demo in a bit. Hopefully everything goes well. But, with Esquire, lawyers are able to cut down days of work to hours and minutes. So we are targeting over 500K lawyers across Africa with an annual fee of $200 per year, which aiming to hit $100 million in annual recurring revenue in several years. So we launched Esquire a little over 2 years ago in Ghana. As of now, we have over 7K users across over 400 law firms and legal teams. And just last year, we 34x'd the revenue of 2024. So our team consists of myself. I have a PhD in AI from ETH Zurich with my co-founder, who is finishing up his PhD in neuroscience, and our legal counsel, who has an LLM from the University of Cambridge. And together we combine our legal and AI expertise to address the key pinpoints, to build a tool that addresses the key pinpoints of lawyers. So we're raising a 500K pre-seed. We've already raised 100K from angel investors in Switzerland, and we're hoping to use the money to improve our AI, accelerate sales and marketing, and expand to South Africa. So while I'm in South Africa, if you have any contacts that I can leverage for law firms or to access legal content, please reach out to me. So I'll switch quickly to the live demo. Hopefully, everything goes on well. Right. Okay, so this is Esquire. You can try it out at esquire.kwame.ai. When you come there, we have 3 features: research, review, and draft. So let's say with research, a lawyer comes and he has an employment question for a client. So they can put the question in here. So this is the implication of a firm terminating an employee's contract without notice. So when they put in the question, our platform, we scan through tens of thousands of legal content that we've curated, and then we find the most relevant ones, and then we generate an answer. And the reason why we call Esquire trustworthy legal AI is because every claim that we make, we provide these inline citations that points to the exact passage within the legislation or the case that is used to provide the answer, so that you can verify the answer that you're getting, because generative AI tools can hallucinate and make up stuff. So lawyers can verify and trust that whatever they are getting is actually true. Yeah, so you get an answer and then you can go through and verify. So that's the research feature with Esquire. So I'll switch to the drafting feature. So let's say a lawyer wants to draft a contract between an AI company, say Kwame AI, and an employee who is a software engineer. So they put it in there, and so it creates a draft based on content that we've curated. So currently Ghana, but looking to expand to other African countries. So it goes through, finds relevant cases and legislation, and produces a draft in seconds. So you get a first draft, and let's say you want to edit a part of it, so you can just highlight a part of it, and okay, let's say the company is Kwame AI, and the employee is Jojo Boateng. Okay, so you can highlight a part of it and put it in there, and then it would update it based on that. So lawyers can go from the first draft and then keep refining until they have a version that they're happy with. So as you can see, it cancels the previous version, and you can see what has been edited, and then you can go ahead with it. Let's say I can download it, and if I'm a lawyer, just use it for whatever purpose I want. And the last feature, so let's say you wanna, okay, so as a lawyer, you got a contract from your client who's an employee, so let's say myself, and you wanna review the contract to make sure that you're protecting the rights of your client. So, so with our review feature, you can attach, so basically the contract that I just drafted, I'll just attach it and ask our AI to review it and flag any issues with it. And the lawyer represents me, the employee. And then also doing the review according to laws in Ghana. So it goes through, analyzes, and then the research feature generates an answer or response. So as you can see, it highlights various issues like missing terms, remuneration, and a bunch of things. And like we always do in Esquire, we always provide these inline citations so that, yeah, so it highlights the specific parts of the document so that you know what it's referring to. And similar to the research feature, it also highlights any relevant laws that it's using. And let me find one to use here. So the Labor Act, which makes sense to use for this. So it goes to the Labor Act, highlights the relevant parts. So yeah, so this is pretty much about Esquire. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, George. Well, actually, quite impressive approach for legal access. So we will now move to some questions. Feel free to ask. Yeah, we already have a lot of questions. Yeah. Can we give the mic just here? Yeah.
Hey, hello, my name is Dean. I'm from Asazi. The question I have for you is, how do you deal with the hallucinations? How do you know that what is being given here is just not some made-up case law? What sort of verification process does your output go through?
Yeah, so we build our pipeline. So first we curate the content, and then we put it in our system, and we make sure that every answer that is generated is grounded in passages from the cases and legislation that we've curated. So that's, like I said, so that's why we have this inline citation, so that you can actually scroll to, unlike ChatGPT that just could make up stuff, you can actually go to the exact passage in the case or legislation to actually cross-check to see whether or not the claim is true. So that's how we address the hallucination problem.
We have a second question.
Yeah, so I was
Hello.
wondering if you have an API integration for this platform for others who might want to use it in their own workflows.
Not currently, but it's something that has come up before, so maybe down the line, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, nice presentation. My name is Praise. I'm an AI researcher. I want to ask a question. This data set you use to build your model, for instance, I believe it's on Ghana law, right? The laws in
Yes,
Ghana.
Ghana laws, yes.
So how do you deal with biases and overfitting?
So we are not really training a model. So it's basically, I mean, since you're an AI person, it's basically a retrieval augmented generation pipeline. So we are not really training a model, so we don't really have to deal with that concept of overfitting. It's just pulling up the passages and then generating an answer based on that. So we are not training a model for it. We can chat more about it later.
Sorry. We have another question.
Hello. Working with third-party tools, can you like integrate third-party tools within it, like for presentations or other uses?
These are the last. Is it corporates? I didn't hear that.
Third-party tools, MCPs.
MCPs. Oh, okay. Yes, potentially. We could integrate them. We currently haven't found any need for it yet, but yeah, we can integrate those tools as needed.
So on a security point of view, because you're dealing with people's data, so are you implementing any safety in case 0 day does come?
Yes, so security is a very important concern. So we follow standard industry practices like making sure that the data is encrypted in transit and at rest on our platforms, and also ensuring that access is only granted to people that need it for the work that they do on our platform. So we take security very seriously at Kwame AI. Yeah.
Last question. Yeah, we still have 2 minutes for questions, so feel free.
Hello. Just to follow up on the security issue, do you use any of the information that's uploaded for any kind of reinforcement of your platform?
So we don't use, so I guess we distinguish between questions, or I guess queries and documents. So for queries from individuals that we can use to maybe potentially train or refine our models. We don't train yet, but potentially in the future. So that's just the queries. But for documents, we don't do that because that could contain sensitive information.
Okay, thank you.
Lauren here. Thank you for your presentation. I'm an AI engineer with First Innovation Center. So my question will be, because I can see that you are working with, normally I would say a knowledge base. So how often do you actually update the knowledge base in terms of, and as much as you're going to move into different countries in Africa, how are you actually going to collect more of the documents, and are they actually being verified or are just documents that are published? And does your app, does it go through website to actually, or it's just pulling data from the knowledge base that you've built or the pipeline you've built? Thank you.
Yeah, so content curation is like one of our biggest challenges and bottlenecks. So we try to get laws either online or from the courts, and as often as they come, we try to work on them. So we actually have an annotation process. We have actually humans go through, reformat it in a way that we need to ingest into our AI pipeline. So humans actually go through and format and cross-check the content to make sure that it's properly formatted before we pass it through our AI pipeline.
Well, thank you, George. A big round of applause for Esquire. Well, for our second pitch, we're gonna move from legal heritage to family heritage. So our second startup goal is to analyze your ancestral records to try to detect inherited health risks and reconnect people with their cultural identity. Please welcome on stage Rea Mogetse from Ancestor Honor.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramkhetsi Chabalala, founder and CEO of Ancestor Honor. Imvelaphi yakho amasiko akho, which loosely translates to your heritage, your lineage. I studied mechanical engineering at the University of Johannesburg. From there on, I started several companies, from manufacturing to events planning, quite a number of businesses. Eventually we got to a place where we were manufacturing tombstones and grave markers using composite materials. So while busy with that business, we got to experience a whole lot of disturbing things. You know, having to go deliver tombstones in Johannesburg. You get there, the family doesn't know where the grave is. We either have to come back to Pretoria or spend the night there, but the family isn't prepared to pay lodging for us because they already paid money on the tombstone. All right, anyways, this is how we started Ancestor Honor. Ancestor Honor is a digital platform, AI platform, which tracks hereditary health. You can upload memorials of loved ones on the platform, have data, all their data, whether it be their medical data, their wills, or you name it. So the problem is graves are disappearing. They dilapidating. Records are being lost. Younger generations are losing knowledge on hereditary health care. And when death strikes, families are left confused from logistics to payments and grief counseling. So we came up with a solution. An app and platform that can help locate the graves of a loved one, store data of your loved ones, their documents, videos, images. We also created an online platform, online store where you can shop, whether it be grave markers or flowers, or send clean the grave services to a loved one. Ancestor Honor also integrates hereditary health tracking, helping families understand genetic risks. Services where users can plan, book, counseling, and manage everything digitally. All right. There's about 10 billion that's generated annually by the funeral space. There's about 15,000 funeral parlors, over 100,000 burial societies, and 5.6 million risks policies. So Ancestor Honor is positioned in a very lucrative market, and we're just simply looking to capture just shy of 5% of the market. So our business model is basically a freemium model, where all of these services can be accessed for free. Anyone can locate the graves of their loved ones, browse memorials, browse services and products online. However, you have to pay 99 Rand premium per month to access discounts on buying flowers and services, or grave cleaning services, archiving family trees, exclusive data through our telecom partners, access health data, grief support and AI family health summaries, priority access to community features and special events, especially in the ancestral space. So yeah, some of the services are grave location services, clean the grave services, order flowers services, buy grave markers, or you could buy maybe peeled vegetables, or order a cleaning service at the actual funeral, just for post the funeral. We're collaborating with Vodacom and MTN to use their network mapping and cloud infrastructure for reliable location data. We offer data-free access to ensure everyone, even in rural areas, can use Ancestor Honor. We enable airtime billing and mobile wallet integration via VodaPay, MTN Momo. Power CSR heritage programs that digitize grave records across South Africa, later on to the SADC, and eventually all over Africa. Our social and health impact. This is about a cultural preservation, health awareness, economic empowerment, and mental health support. Our traction so far, prototype is functional, beta ready for launch. We currently have our app on Huawei Store. We expecting to launch on Play Stores in the next couple of weeks. We have 10 funeral homes as our partners, 2 provincial heritage offices, and 3 wellness NGOs and talks. We're targeting about 100,000 active users by year 2, which would be 20,000 graves digitally mapped and about 1.5 million affiliate payouts. Our ask is 250,000 US dollars, or 4,882,950 in funding. This is to finalize our AI infrastructure, telecom integration, and health AI model. Help us scale to 50 service partners and 10,000 premium users. Fund national marketing and community onboarding. Expand across SADC and the African diaspora. And of course, our projections start from 6 months after our launch, where we're predicting we'll be able to cover 190K. I don't want to go through all the numbers step by step, but we're definitely moving towards a growth trajectory. Yeah, we're just trying to get as many users on our platform as quickly as possible. So we're using, we're trying to use social media and all of these platforms just to push our marketing. Here you're meeting the team. Myself as a founder and CEO. There's Wusiso Ndlovu, who's the chief of IT, who helped with the development of the app. And there's Nonhlanhla Mahlangu, who's busy with the business development and helping us with sales. This is just a sneak peek of how the app looks. Of course, there's a whole lot of features on it and a whole lot of other products. So this was just to show you how the first phone just shows how a memorial is added with a picture there. Should you go into the memorial, of course, it has the details and of all the individual, their images, their videos. And then the next part is where the sales happen where you can order grave markers or tombstones or flowers, etc. So why now? Ancestor Honor is launching in South Africa to tackle the growing issues of lost grave records, overpopulated cemeteries, and fading knowledge of ancestral graves as elders pass on. In the midst of Africa's digital revolution, our platform preserves graves, locations, and family histories, ensuring the new generation remains connected to their heritage and can easily honor their ancestors in a rapidly evolving world. This is the perfect time for such an app in Africa. Our website is www.ancestorhonor.co.za. Thank you for your time, and yeah, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thanks. Any questions?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So thanks for the presentation. It's a needed app, needed service. I just wanted to know, how do you get around getting people's health records, considering people's health records are confidential? Do you have an arrangement with Health Professional Council of South Africa?
Through the POPI Act, we are basically collecting that data through the users themselves. So for instance, if you have a family member or a mother who's passed away, you are then going to be liable to add on that information onto the to the platform, whether it be their death certificate, their birth certificate, or their health records. Yeah. And then from there on, this is where the AI now looks at all these years, whether maybe your great-grandmother passed away from, say, cancer, and then what then would be the likelihood of your daughter getting cancer. And then from there on, we look at, are there preventative measures you can take? You know, and then, or if they already have this cancer, then what are the post measures that you can take?
Okay, a follow-up question. In the case of, people are always fighting over houses and stuff, will, how do you get around people faking wills? Because that's a concern. If you can upload stuff online and upload a fake one.
Well, look, this platform is actually for, you'd be the one uploading your will onto the platform, so that should there be, God forbid, your passing, then the app simply sends the message to whoever you've designated this will information to. So once it goes to these people, then already they know, okay, I need to go to Sanlam, I need to go to Wada, because you're the one who gave them directive to go there. It's not about now them creating fake wills, and this will also start now moving and eliminating all of that.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ramogetse. A last round of applause, please.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, so now we're gonna move to voice AI. So in Africa or wherever in the world, billions of people don't speak the dominant language in AI. So for them, like simply voice AI won't work because they don't speak the language that the model are trained on. And that's exactly the goal of Toom AI, is building multilingual voice solutions that includes everyone. Please, a warm welcome to Lucy.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you so much, SAFE. Thank you to the AMLD organizing committee for having us. Just incredible meeting all of you all, and I hope to have the opportunity to meet more of you over the coming days. I have someone else's speech here, so if you're missing your speech, I'll try and focus on mine. I'm going to be speaking about voice AI and voice analytics, so if you're already confused about my accent, don't worry, I'm confused sometimes myself. I'm half French, half English. I've been living in South Africa for the last 8-9 years. And yeah, excited to be here. I'm here actually representing Toom AI. The company was founded in Morocco and France, has built a massive capability and knowledge base in North Africa. And we're here today really to learn, actually. So a bit to the point that I think Keshni made earlier about how important it is to know your market. This is very much the focus of our participation today. And in the next few days is to understand a bit more about the South African market in the hope that we can build and grow a business here. So if you've got any organizations or people in your network that you feel could be relevant for us, or if you yourself represent an organization that could be interested in voice AI, please don't hesitate to reach out. Before I go into the slides, I'm going to try and do something a bit different, which is I'm going to ask you to stand up. And I'm going to ask you to put your phone down because you're going to need your hands. I know it's difficult to put one's phone down, but I know you can do it. I know you can do it. So in the next minute or so, you're going to experience the difference between sort of surface level data and a start of real human understanding. If you're able to stand, and you've already started, so great. Can you please turn to your left and right and shake hands with the person next to you, if you haven't already? Okay, I'm glad to see that has brought smiles on many faces. So you probably picked up a few things from that interaction. You probably picked up already the age, perhaps, more or less, age bracket, the gender you might have seen also from sitting next to that person. You might have a first sense of where that person comes from. And many businesses, you might have even caught a name, who knows? Many businesses would be very happy with that, right? They would be saying, okay, great, I know the person's age more or less, gender, nationality, bonus. But at this stage, the reality is most businesses, especially best in class, they want to know a lot more. And to know a lot more, you need to actually use language. So if you could just stay standing for a second, bear with me, it won't last too long. What I want to say is if you introduced yourself in English, stay standing. So if you didn't use any words, then you can still stay standing, but if you used English, so no one actually sat down, right? And yet, how many of you is English not your first language or your strongest language? Quite a few of you. And we use English because English is, you know, a kind of universal language. And in the online world, of course, you know, 50% of online content approximately is in English. But what about the rest of the 50%? What about that opportunity? And this is really where Toom comes in. So here's the next step. If English is your mother tongue or your strongest language, you can sit down. So I would be sitting down now if I had a chair. So bear with me, listen up, listen up. So if you're still standing, you're kind of a bit of a visual representation of the market that we're trying to address. And I'd say it's actually quite even at this stage, maybe around 50%, maybe a bit more. And yeah, this is where a massive opportunity comes, especially in countries like South Africa. So Toom isn't present yet. This is the start of Toom's presence in South Africa. But we want to be able to address and bridge this gap. So not only for those of you who are standing, but also for those of you who are sitting. Because organizations don't want to just speak to you who are standing. They also want to speak to the native English speakers. And they want to be able to speak in an interchangeable way when consumers themselves might start a conversation in English, but then their preferred language comes out at a certain point, especially when emotions are high. And in this day and age, as you know, when you call a customer service center, as soon as you start switching languages, it becomes difficult. Not to mention the topic of accents and other things. You'll be glad to hear you can all sit down. Thanks for being good sports with that, appreciate it. So really, the trick for organizations, large companies that get large calls inbound into their customer service, you think of maybe the times that you actually need to call up an organization. You're not going to call any regular small business out there, but you might want to call an organization when it's things like banking, insurance, topics that start becoming a bit sensitive. And this is where we come in. We believe that the underrepresented languages need to be better understood, and not just the language, but the cultural sensitivities that come with language. In certain languages, if you get angry, if you're angry and you start raising your voice, it's considered absolutely normal. And if you don't raise your voice, you're never going to achieve anything. Whereas in other cultures, for instance, Japan or other places, if you raise your voice, then it's a massive show of disrespect. So this goes to show it's not just about language itself, but it's also about cultural sensitivity. So a lot of work has to go in the back end to understand that. And that's why we're looking for partners who can go on a bit of a journey with us. I realize I haven't started the slides, but that's okay. We're going to get to them perhaps if time permits. And keep me honest if I'm running over. Just feel free to shout out. So what do we do concretely? Oh, and I forgot to say one thing that's important, two things. First of all, I only joined ToomAI a few weeks ago, so I'm not yet an expert in all the details. I come from the corporate world, not from a tech background. So if you've got super technical questions later, please be kind and be understanding. I may have to say, I don't know, I'm not sure. I refer to our CTO, get your contact details and answer you properly later, but please be kind. I come from the business world, and just literally in the last kind of 3-4 years when Gen AI exploded, started to really become very interested in AI in terms of business applications of AI. So going back to that, I'm going to maybe quickly resort to the slides just to give you a bit of background on ToomAI. So ToomAI was born in Africa with 3 founders, one Algerian, one Moroccan, and one French. The business already raised €1 million last year. We're not pitching for funding right now, so it'll happen probably back end of this year or next year. But there's already quite a few customers across North Africa, ranging from banks, telecoms, others. Yeah, I'm excited to be part of the journey now. For those of you who are non-South African, or who are South Africans, this will be obvious, but for those of you who are not South African, just a quick kind of information for you. As you can see, if this works here, English is actually spoken as a first language, less than 9% of the population in South Africa, and there's 11 national languages covered here. So you can see the opportunity and challenge, and also why a company like ToomAI would want to have a presence here, because languages are also an important part of financial inclusion and representation as a whole. What's also interesting about SA, and you can all pat yourselves on the back, those of you who are South Africans, but in terms of AI diffusion, sorry, I make sure I get the right continent here and not make a massive faux pas, but South Africa is one of the strongest in terms of maturity. Obviously not quite the same as some other nations that rank higher, but I think South Africa is around 21% of AI user share, which is quite high for the continent, which is again another reason why it makes sense for Toom to expand here. So how do we actually offer this? And unfortunately, my picture hides this. Thank you. There's basically 2 solutions that are at the core, and a third one in development that I'll speak about in a second. But the first one, I'll actually start with the insights. This is kind of like the listening and learning tool. So think of a large organization, maybe a bank. There are a lot of customers who will call in. All those conversations are recorded. You often hear when you prompt, please note this conversation will be recorded. Now, what happens to these transcripts? They may be, in different languages, and the idea is to pick up on the sentiment of those conversations. Why would you do that? 1, to give feedback to your customer service agents, so that they can learn. 2, to detect churn. Churn is when your customers may fall off. So if you've got a conversation where a customer may be quite angry or pissed off, you want to pick up on that and make sure that you follow up to avoid them maybe cancelling their contract, and ultimately kind of learn and improve as you go. And the other piece, which is around the voice interactions, is really offering multilingual voice solutions like voice bots that enable you as an organization to create an interaction that is more user-friendly, because this day and age we're, yes, still using a lot of text, but you can see yourself probably how often you're using voice notes, right? In your conversations with your friends, with your bosses, and other companies are starting to use those, but not so much. So you want to be able to have capabilities that can analyze and provide an interface so that your user experience can also be done through voice and not just through text. I'm probably running out of time, right? How am I doing, Saif?
You still have 1 minute, actually.
Oh, okay, so we're going to fly through. I'm happy to talk more about all these if we come up. I wanted to quickly just show about the geographical coverage. So far, in terms of the languages, this is the remit of languages that are covered with the baseline model so far. It takes 4 to 6 weeks to train a new language. Now, what does that mean? It means basically accessing publicly available data sets, and ultimately then ideally having a partner, a business where you can enrich those data sets together with company information. Is that me spitting in here? Sorry, guys. Super uncomfortable. So in South Africa, aside from English, obviously, there's Zulu, Xhosa, Afrikaans, and our objective is to make sure that we enrich that information through partnerships and ultimately add further languages as time goes on. I think that's probably a minute. Here's my QR code, my LinkedIn. Please connect. We will have a booth later. I'm not too sure where. Somewhere here. I do have wine gums that I'm dangling as a carrot. I was going to do a carrot saying that for every language you speak fluently, you can have one wine gum. But then I met Praise here, who said he speaks 9 languages. And I'm like, Jesus, my stock, I'm not sure it's going to last too much with this audience. But yeah, if you want to pop by, it would be great to meet you. Thank you so much.
Lucy, thanks a lot. Quite impressive pitch. Feel free, guys, to ask whatever questions you have for Lucy.
Oh, we need a mic over here on the right, left, depending
Hi.
on where you are.
Can I go first? Sure. Okay, so I am Orifuna.
Hi.
I'm a data scientist at the TISA lab. And one thing that I've also realized in working with language data is that there's quite a shortage when it comes to properly curated data sets, especially for South African languages. There's 11 languages, and also those languages also have dialects within them. So you'll find that there's different Sepedi, there's Sepedisa, Sekgororo, and whatever, and Chivenda Chanjarere, Chivenda Cha whatever. So how do you then plan to collect that much data to make it efficient for every South African individual, not just people from certain tribal groups, basically?
Absolutely, thank you. It's an excellent question. Maybe I'll answer the question by explaining a bit how the team have done it for North Africa. So as you might know, there are multiple languages, with Arabic being one of the core languages there, but within Arabic, there are different dialects. And so ultimately, it's exactly the same issue, that you need to go and find the original data sets, but then enrich them. So that means effectively, in our case, that would be trying to find other data. So it could be in video form, it could even be in YouTube. For dialects like this, it's a bit trickier, but I know the team has even used the Bible that's translated in multiple languages. When it comes to dialects, it would be a case of partnering with organizations that have already gone on that journey. So, we are not a kind of language research. We are leveraging experts that already have the data set available, and then ultimately creating the business application with organizations. But it would be a case of saying, okay, you might have already had, as an organization, interactions with people on dialects, identify those, flag them, and train the data with that new data set.
Hi, Miki Moyo. Actually,
between you and Kwame AI, I think I should cancel my talk tomorrow because my whole thing was to actually negotiate that we move away from the LM world and look at smaller language models. And what Kwame is doing and what you guys are doing is almost the apex of what I wanted to speak about. But I'm curious, I was curious for them. Data center. What's the cost? How are you managing the data that you're collecting?
That is a question that I don't have the answer to, so this is where I'm going to be honest. I'll note it down and let you know. I don't know yet.
But we said no non-technical questions. So
no, but that's okay. That's okay. I said
kidding.
I'm happy to be honest. You know, I'm here to learn, so I'll check and get back to you. But thank you, and please don't stop your talk whenever it's planned.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
We're gonna go for the last question, and we need to.
I hope I'm not too technical.
Oh, already my heart rate is like.
Sorry. You mentioned the idea of how different cultures, someone can be raising their voice and, different meaning, right? From a sentimental analysis point of view, right? You think of maybe from written literature, there's still bias, right? But now when we capture the vocal, voice, sentimental analysis, what are the sort of measures put in place for avoiding, biases, cultural biases, for example?
I don't know if we necessarily want to avoid the cultural biases. It's more about understanding them, right? So, I mean, when it comes to sentimental analysis, the point is what we want to do is when there's high volume of calls, it makes it very difficult to also monitor the quality of the agents. And the tool can help flag kind of where conversations might have derailed, where the sentiment in the conversation might have, ideally you want customers that call in that might be quite pissed off or want information, and you want them to finish on a high. And if you don't pick that up in the course of the conversation, then at the end of the day, you want to, as a quality monitoring exercise, be able to go back to that conversation and be able to then assess. So ultimately, to go back to your question, it's about kind of creating a bit of a learning and feedback so that then when that is assessed and the share of conversations are assessed, you can then also provide correction points if there's been a misunderstanding of the tone and the sentiment. So it's helping learn over time.
Well, thanks, Lucy. A big round of applause for Lucy, please.
Cheers.
So, for our next startup, you guys probably all have experienced, I hope not, but you all went to hospitals, and you can notice how much time is spent in hospitals just documenting. You have like a full phase of documentation with the staff in the beginning, with doctors, and what if this time is done, this documentation is done by AI, and we can invest this time to really go invested into patients. So please welcome Max from AMLD.
Can everybody hear me well? Excellent. Okay, so my name is Max. We will skip my family name because it's way too complicated. Can I see hands? How many of you are students? Excellent. I'm a student myself and a co-founder of AMLD. So we are a Swiss-based startup, and we work with voice AI, but more for healthcare. So the problem that we're trying to solve, and the presentation looked better on Canva. I apologize for that. We're trying to solve basically the issue with administrative work that hospitals and doctors encounter in their everyday. I don't know if it's here the same in South Africa. I presume yes. Doctors spend a lot of time filling out paperwork, and oftentimes they don't have enough time for you guys, the patients. So this is something that we definitely think is a burning issue that we need to solve. Now, how do we solve that? We work with real-time AI avatars, and I'll show you in a bit what it is exactly. Avatar can also be considered an agent, however you prefer to call it. So I apologize, it's an ugly presentation, it was better before. But there is certain solutions on the market that address single workflows in healthcare. That means there is companies like Bridge that does the voice transcription, there's Depot that does the translation, but we thought, okay, why the hell would you have so many smaller players when you can build one unified platform where you yourself as a doctor or as a clinician can build your own things. And obviously we built some things as well because I'm the business person as Lucy is, but my technical co-founder is a magician with a computer. So this is basically AMLD. So in terms of the technology, we focus on speech to text as well as text to speech. So we basically can do, at the end of the day, if you simplify it, voice to voice. There is many different things that we can apply it for. Now we also, of course, work with AI-generated video, like the avatars that I'll show you in a little bit. So the idea with AMLD is that we will support the patients as well as the doctors throughout their journey. That means before you visit the hospital, you can immediately call, you can have AI triage, you can figure out the information that you need before you enter the hospital. During the hospital visit or your doctor visit, we built a non-diagnostic clinical support. That means we don't do actual diagnostics, we're not a medical device, but we try to make the work of the doctor a little bit simpler. And then in post-care, we can support the patients by, for example, doing a follow-up call that the doctor just doesn't have time to do. So that, let's say you just got discharged from the hospital, a week later, a voice agent calls you and says, hey, how are you doing? How's your blood pressure? How is your, let's say, stability? How are you feeling? This way, we can gather a lot of data on the patient that then can help in using the treatment methods more accurately and better. Now, we also have this thing called Octagon. Any UFC fans here? Okay, fantastic. So this is our no-code AI agent builder, and this is designed for doctors to be able to say, I, for example, need agent XYZ, I can build it myself. We will, of course, refine it and make sure that it works perfectly, but this way it allows doctors as well to do something for themselves. It doesn't have to be for everybody because there's very individual needs. Now, obviously, we're a Swiss-based company, and for us, one of our advisors said, Switzerland is too small, so you gotta expand. And obviously, our primary region is gonna be the thing called DACH region, which is the Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. But for us, it's also very interesting to be, for example, in South Africa today, because, well, I fell in love with South Africa and might move here at some point, but it is definitely something that we're thinking into expanding into. So Switzerland is a decently small market. Germany gets bigger, and then obviously, if you look at the entire Europe, it's a massive market that we want to address. The reason why now, I don't know if it's going to be that interesting for you, but AI now can work with real-time structured clinical documentation. That means we can do a minimum latency video or voice output. That is critical in high-stress scenarios like the hospital. Another cool thing is called OpenEHR. I know this is very niche, so you're not gonna, if you want to Google it, no need. It's basically a new standard for health data that it makes it basically more interoperable. Because the problem that we have in Switzerland is Dr. A uses one data format, Dr. B uses another one, and what they have to do is they have to print out the PDF with your information, scan it, then the next doctor has to print it out, scan it, and then they have it in their system. It's a stupid system. Okay, now a little bit of, I call this slide a flex slide. So we do have some pilots and some early projects, mostly in Switzerland, mostly within actually Basel region, but as you can see, we're working with eHealth Africa because they use the OpenEHR data format, so we're working there to bring our solutions to Nigeria. Now, our core team is, again, ugly slide, I apologize. I'm the business guy. We have two tech guys. One of my technical co-founders is sitting up there. And we have a suite of doctors and medical professionals to advise us because we are not medical students ourselves. We're not doctors. So we need people hands-on that can tell us, are you doing a good job or not? I presume you guys have a lot of questions. That's why I tried to keep it short. And feel free to reach out, follow us on LinkedIn, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Max. Thank you.
Hi.
Wait, I need to locate you. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Tebogo. I'm the founder of Biomuti. We are actually launching or rolling out a bunch of hybrid pharmacies in the country. One of the things that is core to what we're doing is the telehealth. Now the question is, based on what you've put together there, I see that this is really focusing a lot on large hospitals, in a way.
In a way.
Exactly. And what I picked up, and a lot, I'm sure every South African here can tell you a thing or two about our public health system. Doctors are extremely exhausted, there's no doubt about that. Now, how do you see that from a practical point of view, that working? You are a doctor, you're running an ER, everything is busy, you've got things running around all at the same time, and you've got patients that are lined up that you must also see in less than 5 minutes each. How do you see that being integrated into that whole busy space, including the fact that you've got nurses that needs to know exactly what they need to be administering for each and every patient that you've got? In that scenario, how do you see that working? Thanks.
Great question, thank you very much. So obviously there's the utopian case where, let's say, the patients call before with their symptoms, they give you as much information before the visit so that when you walk in, the doctor can just read a summary and be more informed than previously on what the case is. From our experience, actually, nurses and the entire, let's say, nursing departments in hospitals have been significantly underserved in terms of, let's say, this technology. So this is something that we also want to focus on, because we want doctors and nurses to have kind of the same information available to them to make the best decisions. Now, I think it's obviously, from our experience, we rolled it out before to, let's say, calmer departments where the pressure is not that high, where we can prove that the models don't hallucinate, that they give right results that are also usable. And I think long-term, obviously, the ER is like our perfect use case, because you have the high pressure environment where you can apply it and have doctors, let's say, do just the critical stuff, and the rest can be done essentially like data gathering, and maybe later, as we have, for example, with for old people, we have an AI companion in the rooms that can kind of answer your questions, can gather data while the patient is there. I think this gives you then a total suite of information that you can use. I hope that answers the question. Okay, perfect, that works.
All right, sorry, Mashapa here.
Hello.
Yes, a UP student in computer sciences studying languages. ASR, now that's where the problem comes in. I would imagine if you are talking about doing your, Manandi in the Dutch region, English is a barrier. Not everyone speaks English. How then do you tackle the issue of code mixing and code switching?
So basically in Switzerland you have 3 major languages, which is French, Italian, and German. But German is Swiss German. The funny part here is people speak Swiss German, but they write everything in High German. So we basically trained model to understand Swiss German, and then we kind of convert this into High German. So it is written the same way as it's written in Germany. And we've also developed a pipeline to kind of train the model on dialects, because it's also, you can drive 50 kilometers in Switzerland, and the dialect is completely different. So this is something that we had to address from basically day one. So this was definitely let's say, a difficulty at the beginning, but now with the technology improvement, you can kind of shorten the time that it takes to train the model for the dialect. With the output, it's obviously still another question, but most people, actually everybody understands High German. So this is something that also we can then kind of use for communicating back to the patient.
Let's take a last question.
All right, thank you so much. Hi everyone, sorry. I'm Zanele, co-director of Pumpkin Finance, as well as founder for Tweet My Price. So I basically create solutions that are for people that are affected by Cyril's economy. That's what we term it here, but it's low to middle income stage. So I wanted to ask who's the target market for this platform. The reason why the question is coming is one of my co-innovator friends is working on a similar project whereby in the insurance space, medical records play a huge part. There's a hospital that went down here in Joburg, the client couldn't submit their insurance claim because the documents got burnt. So hence I'm asking, who's your target market, and maybe are you looking into getting also into the insurance space in order to make this a possibility for underwriters and USSs and everything to basically look at records?
It's a great question. I think there's different things that I can kind of answer. In Switzerland, it's mostly hospitals because they have their own EHR systems, and you kind of get integrated into their system, so the data is stored most of the time actually on premise in the hospitals. When it comes to, for example, what we're doing with eHealth Africa in Nigeria, the hospital itself also has kind of the data, or they store the data of the patient. So this is kind of our, let's say, target. I think this is a very interesting point, and for example, even in Switzerland, we are looking into insurance because the healthcare system is privatized essentially. So if you can offer doctors a tool that kind of simplifies their process and you can spend less time per patient, this should decrease their costs. So this is something interesting for insurances as well. I think we haven't looked that much into, let's say, very low to, let's say, middle income households per se, but there's definitely something that, obviously when we expand into, let's say, Africa, starting South Africa and going up, this is something that we definitely need to address.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you.
Please make a lot of noise for Max. So now we're moving to something completely different. So actually in the world, 285 million people live today with vision impairment. Our next startup is building the first, not the first, but like AI-powered smart glasses designed to help these people navigate in the world. Please welcome Light Aesthetics.
Good afternoon. My name is Alvin, founder at Light Aesthetics. And today I want to talk about a very unique problem to Africa. So this unique problem is we've identified that the simplicity of Africa has kind of created a complexity for computer vision machine learning models. So let's start off here. Globally, there's about 443 million people that are living with blindness. And then there's another 295 million living with other moderate to severe forms of vision loss that requires vision assistance from somebody or something else. And because this form of vision assistance is either inefficient or inaccessible, it results in about 37.3 million accidents that occur every year, leading to about 680,000 fatalities to these accidents, and an estimated 410 billion in economic loss due to vision impairments. Now, over 80% of these accidents, these fatalities, are in low and middle income countries. This includes part of sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia. Now, the good news is computer vision is coming in to give us a better solution to most of these vision assistive options that people can use. But then there's a problem specifically for Africa. The available devices on the market, they are either inaccessible because of their cloud infrastructure and they depend on internet connection. So you and I both know that in most parts of Africa, internet connection is either limited or not available at all. The other thing is that most of these devices are very expensive. They range from $2,000 to $7,000. There's one that actually costs $15,000 just to provide computer vision. So it's very unaffordable for a typical average African. And then, of course, there's the efficiency issue. Most of these devices are not trained in Africa. The machine learning models that they're using on these devices are trained elsewhere. Now, this is a very serious problem that needs a multifactorial approach to dealing with it, but then we have to start somewhere. So at Light Aesthetics, we're developing an edge AI-powered computer vision that's using local data to provide vision assistance to people that need it. So a good computer vision model will identify that as fire burning under a dark object. But this is the reality for most people in rural areas. This is how they cook. That is actually cooking. So we want to train a model that can say, hey, watch out, you've got someone cooking 2 meters in front of you. that's going to prevent a lot of accidents. And of course, I'll talk about our business model in a while. We've tried to use tiered pricing and multiple revenue streams so that we can include people that cannot afford a high upfront cost. And of course, because it's Edge AI, it's got local processing. So we're dealing with the issue of internet connection barriers so that everyone that needs to use this device have access to it without this technical issue. Now, the product that we're developing is a range. It's not one product. So we decided to have different tiers so that we meet the needs of a wide market base. So we've got a Lite, we've got a Pro, and we've got a Pro Max. So this is the same machine learning model that we're training, but then it's got added features from the Lite to the Pro to the Pro Max. So we're using a multimodal machine learning where we're using video, text, image, everything to audio output. So what this device is doing, it's providing object recognition, it's providing obstacle avoidance, and all this is happening in real time. We're trying to get it to work in the lowest latency so that it provides real-time assistance to provide environmental awareness, to provide independent navigation, and to be used as a visual independence device for the majority of dairy tasks. Now the question is, why now? Why do we have to do this now? Because there's a massive underserved market, especially for sub-Saharan Africa. Over 90% of people currently do not have access to vision-assistive technology. And of course, over the past 3 years alone, there's been an R&D cost reduction of about 70% in this type of technology. And development cycles have reduced quite a lot. And of course, the Edge AI breakthrough with high computing power. Now there's really good chips that we can actually use to get everything to work offline. And of course, especially in Africa, the global drive to meet ESG and SDG goals. Now, like I mentioned, our business model is very simple, but we've factored in a lot of things, not only the tiered pricing from the product itself, but of course, we've got also 3 different revenue streams. So we're gonna have to use a hybrid direct-to-customer, which is going to afford at least 15% of the total revenue, because not many people in Africa can afford an upfront cost of $700. And then we're working with B2B partners as well. These are insurance companies that are providing this device to the members under different insurance packages. And then we're working with clinics and hospitals as well. And the most important part is our lease to own option, where we're working with financial institutions like the FNB, Standard Bank, so that people can actually rent this device and pay it over a period of time. That is the financing tradition in South Africa. So our go-to-market strategy is really very easy. We've created partnerships in South Africa with the South African National Council for the Blind, and in Malawi with the Malawian Union for the Blind. And this is where we're launching our pilot projects. So once we launch our pilot projects, we'll begin from there and we'll move forward to the rest of the markets. Right now, since our founding in 2024, we've done quite a lot. We currently have an MVP with a technology readiness level 4, and we've got 4 partnerships already with letters of intent to purchase. We just completed a very intensive accelerator program that has really helped us a lot. And the most important thing is that we're getting almost 100% positive feedback when we talk to blind people. This is the exact thing that they need. And we've got a very good algorithm that we are going to patent as well, so that's on the pipelines for this year. It's a pretty large market, which is valued at over 200 billion, but we're looking at a niche market in sub-Saharan Africa, and of course we've included North America as well, the United States and Canada, giving us an addressable market of about 20 billion and obtaining 5% market share. We're looking at 1 billion of obtainable market. So there's really good competition as well. I was looking at a report recently. Last year alone, there's 50 startups in America that are trying to do something similar. But we are the only company in Africa that is training a model based off of the needs of an African. So our team is a team of 5, myself included, and I'm not going to talk a lot about this, but I'll talk about Dr. Ashley Subia, who's our technical consultant. He's a programmer himself, and he's an accessibility tech expert, and he himself is visually impaired. So he's having a lot of nice inputs on the features that we have to include on our device. And we've received a lot of sponsorship and partnerships from industry partners, including being part of the Microsoft for Startup Founders Hub program. And currently, we're raising 500,000 to complete our product development, launch our pilots, finish, and get to market launch. And we've only raised 75,000 so far, a 50,000 grant, and a $29,000 investment. I'm going to stop talking now, but I just want to leave you with one important thing, that this work cannot be done by one company. I was actually looking at Lucy's presentation, because part of the work that we want to do is to get this device, give audio feedback in your local languages. We were struggling to find a way of going about it, and that means a good partnership with companies like Lucy's. So this is my direct calendar. I want to talk to everyone. If you're investing, if you have comments, suggestions, I want to talk to you. Thank you.
And really amazing, really life-changing technology. Thanks, Elvin. Well, feel free to ask questions. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions for Elvin.
Can I? Thanks. Thanks for the present. Oh, yeah. Sure. Hi. Let me just go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so like I mentioned, both the vision impairment disability is not a thing that these smart glasses would sort out 100%. But what we're trying to do is, I spoke to one of the visually impaired people, and one thing that they told me is an issue of incidental learning. If you're a visually abled person, you get into this room, you scan around, no one tells you anything, and you already know what's expected of you. And we see that through our head, right? Our eyes are here. The reason why we're making smart glasses is because orientation biologically, if you wear the smart glasses as a blind person and it gives you that bit of environmental awareness, it will help you be able to move around, decide what to do, how to carry yourself. He's told me about a time where he went into a board meeting. He's the only visually impaired person, and there's a bottle of water right by his side. And he doesn't see that because no one in the meeting has a priority for that. But these smart glasses, now you're sitting down, you scan the room around, it's able to tell you that, okay, you've got water in front of you, you've got your computer on your left and everything else. There's 5 people in the room, and any other thing that we can get to detail.
Thanks. Oh, should I?
Hello. So my name is Robert Selemani. I work with Cassava Technologies, which is building AI factories in Africa. So I suppose at some point you need like compute resources, like to train your models and stuff. How are you going about it? Like, if you don't mind, like sharing your provider, and how has it been for you? I mean, having access to compute resources.
Like I mentioned, we're part of the Microsoft for Startup Founders Hub. So they give us resources, Microsoft Azure. We've got free access to Microsoft Azure with a credit of up to 150,000 US dollars. So our software is being developed there. Of course, we have to buy extra data sometimes because we need to start training the model with synthetic data using mapped pixels. But then at a later point, we have to get all that out and continue fine-tuning the models in actual environments. So when it comes to software developments and costs, the Microsoft Startup Founders Program has really helped us a lot because we don't spend much on that type of investment. And also because we have industry support from a lot of industry partners, the grants that we received, so we really de-risked the financial aspect of our business.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone, my name is Kainsile Makakula and I am the co-founder of AI Swatini and also a computer vision engineer at Dawa Health. My question is on the computer vision side of it. First of all, I just want to find out what models are you guys leveraging, and are they pre-trained or are you training them from the ground? And how many images, how large is your data set as well?
That's a very technical question. I'm just going to say that we are using different types. So we've got open source machine learning models that we're using. On Microsoft Azure as well, there's some pre-trained computer vision models that we've taken into and integrated with our own fine-tuned models. We are using a bit of YOLO, not all of it, but we've taken a bit of YOLO as well. We are using 2 other soft pre-trained models, but the problem is what I'm saying, that our objective is to get this into an African context. I mentioned earlier that we've included North America. The North American inclusion is a business strategic marketing positioning that we had to do. We are going to train models. Remember, we have got a LiDAR Pro and a Pro Max. The Pro Max version is the one that's going to be most advanced and in general, but the Lite and the Pro are typically for the African context. So when it comes to pre-trained models, there's things that we can pick out. There's other models that are really good but are not relevant for us, so we cannot use them at all.
Okay, we have one last question. Oh, so
yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. I really love the work you're doing. A bit of from it, thinking about the technical bit. So, I mean, in my PhD, I trained and deployed like models on a smartwatch. So, your presentation is making me think a lot about some of the challenges. So, three come to mind that I'm curious about. So, number one, how are you addressing the fact that, you know, using smaller models on the edge device, the accuracy is gonna drop? So that's one bit. The second bit is battery life. How are you gonna handle that? And the third is, it's probably gonna heat up, right? So if you're gonna keep running the models, how are you gonna handle it heating up as the person is wearing it?
Question on the battery power. We've got an IP coming out, so I'm not gonna respond to that. The other question about space and storage computing power, what we're doing is that we're going to train the models using cloud infrastructure. But after training the models, we're going to do pruning and quantization. So these are very technical also, but when we do pruning and we quantize the entire model, we kind of decrease the space without affecting how it performs. So the reason why we are doing this, remember, we are adding in all these important features. But obviously, this is technology. There's going to be things that we need to come back after doing our pilots, and because we've not done pilots yet. So it'll be at that time that we are going to realize what's really working efficiently and what's not. But we're really leveraging our methods for quantization right now. We are going to be running it on TensorFlow Lite at the beginning, so that we have a little bit of more features on the device without taking up a lot of computing power, if that does make sense.
The heating up bit, heating up.
Yeah, the heating part, now that's a hardware issue that also we are going to have to work out. But so this device is not working like always online. It's got voice commands. So it has got, what do you call it, hibernation times when you don't really need it. You're just sitting down here. You don't really need it to be identifying stuff. So it's got a button where you're going to say, "Hey, can I now? I'm getting off," stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Alvin. It's very interesting. I think like everyone really keeps to.
And I'm around. We can talk about.
But
this more.
you'll have a lot of opportunities during the day to talk with Alvin. A round of applause for Alvin, please. So for our next subject, we had different healthcare solutions. We know that healthcare solutions really generally treats very sensitive data, and our next startup is really proposing all the security that comes around healthcare data. Please welcome Sieteba.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sietaba Ngumalo. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Cyphergenics. So about a year and a half ago, I read about a person whose interaction with an unregulated AI led to a fatal, tragic outcome. So that story haunted me for a while because I then thought, if consumer AI can fail catastrophically, what happens when health AI, so these are systems that diagnose cancer, recommend treatment decisions, what happens when they get compromised? So that single question led me towards building Cyphergenics. So we are securing the AI models that are reshaping modern healthcare today. Right. So as we've seen, AI models are becoming the backbone of modern healthcare. So they drive diagnostics, in treatment decisions, and also drug discovery. So these models contain three things that are incredibly valuable, but also incredibly vulnerable. So the first is intellectual property. So these models represent millions in R&D investment. Just to give you context, OpenAI's models, they cost about $500 million to train. So the second is sensitive patient data. So these data contain protected health information. And the last is clinical logic. So these algorithms are used to determine patient outcomes, so how someone gets treatment, for example. But here's the problem. Traditional cybersecurity does not protect AI models. So for example, firewalls protect servers, antivirus protects files, but none of them protect AI models specifically. So we're seeing that healthcare AI is scaling faster than trust. So here's the problem. Healthcare organizations face 5 problems, but I'll address the main 3. So the first is there's no visibility into, the model. So for example, if an AI model starts using or predicting unusual patterns because it's been tampered with, there's no system watching for that. So the second is data poisoning and backup, which is the most common. So hackers can corrupt training data, which also introduces hidden vulnerabilities, which also compromise model integrity. And then the third, which is very critical in a healthcare AI's perspective, is compliance. So when regulators ask, how do you secure your AI models, most organizations can't provide the evidence or the answers needed. So we're seeing healthcare AI being deployed at scale. So think of GE Healthcare, Siemens Healthineers, all without adequate model security. So when diagnostic AI fails, unfortunately, it's the patients that suffer. So we treat AI models as first-class assets. So AI models are first-class assets, but they're being treated like files. So you wouldn't store your company's most valuable IP in an unlocked folder with no access controls, yet that's exactly how most organizations are choosing to go about it. So, AI models are assets, and they need and deserve asset-grade security. So the Cyphergenics model vault is a security and governance layer designed specifically for healthcare AI models. So it does 3 things exceptionally well. The first is it protects AI models end to end, so from development through deployment. The second is it monitors model behavior, so we track what the model is doing in real time. And then the third is it generates compliance-ready evidence. So when the FDA or HIPAA auditors ask, how are you securing your AI, our customers have the right answers. So how it works from a technical perspective is our architecture has 6 components, but I'll address the main 3. So the first is encrypted model storage. So all model parameters, weights, and training data are encrypted using military-grade 256-bit encryption. So for example, even if an attacker gains access to storage, they can't use the model. And then the second is continuous monitoring and threat detection. So we establish behavioral baselines for each model. So when something deviates, maybe there's an unusual query volume or maybe unexpected predictions, we alert the security team as soon as possible. Then the third is a customer-controlled deployment, which is the essence of our solution. So this is critical for healthcare compliance. So Model Vault deploys inside your cloud environment, so your data never has to leave your infrastructure. So everything runs in real time with minimal performance overhead. So healthcare workflows don't slow down, it's become more secure. So here's what differentiates us from our competitors or incumbents in the environment that we're working in. So traditional cybersecurity protects servers, we protect models. The second is they have infrastructure level logs. So we provide model level visibility. So for example, user X diagnosed model 47 times with unusual patterns. And then the third is traditional cybersecurity has a reactive approach. We have a preventative approach. So we stop attacks right before they succeed. So traditional cybersecurity wasn't designed for AI models. We were. So real world use cases, the first is medical imaging AI. So a hospital, for example, deploys AI for radiology diagnostics. So Model Vault ensures that that model hasn't been tampered with and monitors for adversarial attacks and provides audit trails for compliance. And then the second is clinical decision support. So for example, a health system uses AI to recommend treatments. So Model Vault prevents insider threats, data poisoning. It detects data poisoning and ensures only authorized users have access. And then the third is research and clinical trial AI. So pharmaceutical companies, for example, use AI for drug discovery. Model Vault secures their most valuable IP, which is models representing years of research and hundreds of millions in investment. So our business model is quite simple. I'm not going to go into detail with this. We have a SaaS subscription. So we charge based on the amount of models we secure. So different levels of companies, for example, we have a starter tier, and then a more medium tier, and then lastly, enterprises. So why now is the most important question. So we've seen an explosion of healthcare AI adoption. So healthcare AI market is going from 15 billion from March 2024 to approximately 188 billion by 2030. So every hospital, every health system is deploying AI fast. So there's also increasing regulatory scrutiny. So we've seen that the FDA now mandates AI security, and then as well does the same thing. So organizations need our solutions. And then the third is gaining awareness of AI-specific threats. So most healthcare executives are waking up that traditional cybersecurity doesn't necessarily protect against AI models. So I would like to close with our vision. So it's based on mainly 4 things. The first is based on the belief that AI will reshape healthcare. So it will diagnose cancer, for example, personalize treatments, and democratize access globally. And the second is that we believe trust is a non-negotiable. So the transformation depends entirely on patients, doctors, and regulators being able to trust the AI. So Cyphergenics builds that trust. So when agnostic models are secure, clinical support is untempered, and compliance is easily proven. So the last thing I'll close with is that the future is secure AI. So healthcare AI is inevitable. We are making sure that it's trustworthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sieteba.
Right. Oh, just a disclaimer, I'm also the business guy, so any non-technical or technical questions, please avoid.
Okay, so yeah, I think you have in front of you a lot of engineers, so it's gonna be hard to keep them out of technical questions,
Yes,
but let's try. Any questions?
Good afternoon, I'm Tom Leavesley. So my interest obviously is you've got to focus on healthcare.
Yes.
Right? What is the scope of growing this to be any corporate enterprise that uses AI and needs to protect its data? Because obviously every company is starting to pick it up. right? It could be legal, it could be mining. What's the scope to expand from just healthcare?
Can you maybe rephrase your question in a more simpler way?
Do you ever do you ever plan to expand your business from healthcare into other sectors?
Yes. So basically, as we all know, every company has a cycle of innovation that it goes through. So the first, they focus on a specific niche, and then they grow within that niche, establish dominance, and then they verticalize if they do, or they go horizontally. So our next, what do you call this, shall I say, environment that we'll go to is finance. And then we have a choice between autonomous vehicles as well. That's something we've considered as well. So yes, we're just starting now in the healthcare AI space because we've seen the most demand, and it's also the biggest market. So it presents such a huge opportunity, and what I love about it now is that healthcare AI is developing rapidly. So the good thing is that there's no incumbent or big leader within the space, so it's first come, first serve. So we're trying to get there first.
We have another question.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. My question was super technical, but you can answer the parts you're comfortable with.
Explain it to a 10-year-old.
Yeah. Okay, maybe to a 15-year-old. Okay. So I'm curious about the model encryption. So first are you providing software for the model encryption that's self-hosted by anyone who wants to use it? And secondly, that needs to be decrypted for inference. Is the key tied to the hardware it's running on, or how does that work?
Yes to both those questions, but I can't explain it practically, but yes.
Oh, no, you don't need to explain. If it's a yes, it's fine.
All right.
Well, thanks, Sieteba. A big round of applause for Sieteba, please. I know you guys are probably starting to get really hungry. We still have 2 pitches to go, and I leave you to go have lunch. We have lunch prepared for you. So for our next pitch, we have 2 startups teaming up together. Their goal is really to change how companies perform business automation, while at the same time performing all the learning that comes around AI to employees. Please welcome Taz, Blaine, and Blaine Cook.
Okay, so I was extremely excited for today, and I spent hours and hours and hours doing a video presentation, which turned out to be too long. So I didn't shed a tear or two. I bawled my eyes out. And I've had to cut the video short, which will play a bit later on. Good day, everyone. I am Taz from Nuvion AI, CEO and co-founder. And the reason I decided to change everything this morning was because we are living in a world where AI is being thrown at us. A lot of people, especially in Africa, developing countries, are struggling with that was not working for me. They are struggling with understanding, adopting, and implementing AI because everything is happening so fast. And most people in this room will know a lot about AI. If you ask somebody a question, they'll be able to answer it. But that's not the reality for most of the people in South Africa and developing countries. We have a lot of tools that are coming out of first world countries that are being thrown at us, thrown into a market where we don't understand what's going on. And we came to the realization that this is a real issue when we founded Nuvion AI March of last year, and we built a product, which you'll see later. It's a fully integrated automation dashboard specifically built for small to medium-sized businesses, because we thought that there was a gap in tools for larger corporates where they can take a voice agent and implement it into their customer service, or they can take a finance bot and just implement it into their financial department, whereas SMEs, that's not how they run, that's not how they work. And we developed a fully integrated automation dashboard where SMEs can manage everything from customer service to finance to marketing in one place. And going to market, we realized that there is a problem. It's fear. Most South Africans worry about, oh, but AI is going to steal my data. Oh, but AI is going to take my job. Oh, but it's going to take my role in society. And the reason for that fear is a lack of education. And that's why we partnered with AI Global Networks to address that gap in education. And we developed New Global AI, which is a free community where startups, corporates, students, everyone can join that community, share their knowledge, collaborate, work together, because as much as, yes, we can have competitors in a market, why can't we work together to address the needs of the whole market? And that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to develop an ecosystem where all of us in this room can work together to address problems. So if one of the students over here is looking for a job as soon as they're done with university, but they're looking for a job in an industry that one of the startups here addresses, you guys can come together and work out a solution on this community. And yeah, let's jump into the video, which is cut short, so yeah, let's just go with it.
AI Global Networks exists to solve the education gap. We provide accredited training, corporate upskilling, AI governance programs, and human-centered adoption strategies for organizations across Africa. We've trained more than 50 women in the financial sector, introduced graduates to real AI development projects, and created a pipeline of ethical AI practitioners who understand both technology and African context. Our work spans 4 key pillars. First, corporate education. We help businesses understand AI safely, efficiently, and responsibly. Second, accredited training and certification. We prepare individuals to participate in the digital economy through structured learning. Third, women in AI. We invest in building diverse talent pipelines, ensuring that African women are not left behind in the AI revolution. And fourth, ethical R&D. We offer real opportunities for youth and graduates to work on real AI projects. AI Global Networks is building the education foundation that Africa needs, not just to use AI, but to trust it, understand it, and shape it. Education unlocks understanding, but understanding alone doesn't transform businesses. For real transformation, people need tools. Tools that are simple, tools that are affordable, tools that were designed for African businesses, not imported from foreign markets. That is the role of Nuvion AI. Nuvion AI builds practical, scalable, automation-driven systems that help SMEs and service businesses run faster, smarter, and more efficiently. Our flagship platform, Nuvion, is an all-in-one automation dashboard. It brings together conversational AI agents, workflow automation, business process management, and document intelligence in one simple interface. SMEs can manage customer support, onboarding, sales, operations, compliance, and task automation, all without technical training. Where most AI platforms target enterprise budgets and technical teams, New One was built for SMEs and service-based businesses who need high-impact results with low complexity. Under Nuvion AI, we also have Hustle Hub, a mobile-first business tool designed for township entrepreneurs. Hustle Hub gives informal businesses simple stock tracking, cash flow visibility, daily summaries, and affordable digital tools made for real African environments. Nuvion AI handles the adoption and implementation side of the ecosystem, turning AI from a concept into a practical, trusted daily tool. Education unlocks understanding, automation unlocks efficiency, but neither can scale without community. That's why we created New Global AI, the ecosystem layer that brings everything together. New Global AI is a community where Africans can learn, innovate, collaborate, access tools, build automations, share opportunities, connect with mentors, and join the AI economy. It's built specifically for Africa and developing economies. New Global AI will become the bridge between people, technology, and opportunity. A place where education, adoption, and implementation are connected, building trust, capability, and economic mobility across the continent. Even at our early stage, we've begun proving our ability to execute. We've trained more than 50 women in one of the largest financial institutions. We have 3 active partnerships, and our ethical R&D movement gives students real development opportunities. We are part of the EPF Tech Fund that's backed by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Today we're opening conversations with strategic partners and ecosystem collaborators. We are not here only to raise capital. We are here to build the infrastructure for Africa's AI future. We welcome partnership-backed support, co-development collaborations, access to organizations, resource sharing, and aligned investors who believe in our mission. We are looking for partners who understand that Africa needs more than technology. Africa needs education, adoption support, and community-driven transformation. And together, we can build that ecosystem. Africa does not have an AI adoption problem. Africa has an access problem, a trust problem, and an education problem. If we can empower people with the right knowledge, if we can give businesses the right tools, and if we can build a community that supports responsible adoption, then we can unlock economic opportunity at a scale this continent has never seen before. This is the future that we are building, a human-centered AI ecosystem made for Africa, by Africa. We invite you to join the New Global community. Together, let's empower people, strengthen businesses, and build an AI-powered Africa.
Okay, that's all from me, guys. I'm going to hand over to Blaine.
Thank you
from
so
AI
much,
Global
Saz. Thank you
Networks.
so much. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Good afternoon, WITS University, our viewers online. And thank you to AMLD for having us here today. So at AI Global Networks, in collaboration with Nuvion AI, we like to play around with our technologies and we have a lot of fun doing that. So I have prepared an NFC tag today, so please do tap it on your phone if you have the tap to pay option available. We will be stealing any of your money. And then do please book an AI consultation with us and we can actually discuss a bit more about AI. I've got a little bit of a practical that I want to show you guys today. Can I use your computer? I just want to go into Google, please. All right, so while we're powering up Google, at AI Global Networks, we wrote a research piece last year, and it basically covers everything about ethical AI adoption and workforce transformation in South Africa. We've been hearing this acronym AI being thrown around all day today, but what does it actually mean? Artificial intelligence? Correct, but deeper than that. Artificial intelligence, or AI rather, refers to a set of technologies and computational systems designed to perform tasks that traditionally require human intelligence. So with that being said, we already see the high unemployment rates in South Africa, especially amongst our youth, last year tallying at around 33%, according to the Stats SA 2025. As AI becomes more embedded in core business processes, questions around who benefits from this progress and who gets left behind have become critical. So at AI Global Networks, we focus on becoming the movement in AI with our partnership, Nuvian AI and New Global, that actually brings real change to our societies and our communities. We are currently based in Rosebank, and we, over the last few months, have actually built our own AI assistant. Bad news, unfortunately for us, our data service crashed this morning, so I just wanted to show you guys a bit of our AI assistant. And what I'm actually trying to show you guys here with our AI assistant is that if we can build an AI assistant like this with our company information and our company knowledge, and it basically takes over my role, it can take over your role, it can take over anyone's role. So the biggest issue that we do have here is that human jobs are at risk. And I've got a question for our audience here today. Who of you guys are actively involved in the research and development of AI technologies? Please, by show of hands. It's a nice number. So for the rest of you, I would assume that you guys who are not actively involved in the research and developments of AI technologies, that you guys are actually just here for curiosity, the same way a lot of our viewers are online. And one part of that is because of the curiosity we have towards AI, which is a good thing, we then need to adopt our education and our learning, and we need to do it rapidly. And we need to come together as startups, as founders, and as investors. We need to stand together as an African community, and we need to be able to take on the world's challenges. In closing, we've partnered with Nuvian AI, and we've ran a few awesome pilot projects, one of them being our AI model that we have actually trained ourselves. A model like this is currently costing us around $800 to train and deploy on our own. So we are looking to investors to assist us to get into this. And then also with the education side of things, we are aware that the education in AI specifically and cybersecurity and those related fields are extremely expensive, which means the African youth cannot actually get into AI. If we look at the population numbers, the youth currently in Africa is looking at being the biggest amount, the largest consumer in the world in about 10 years from now. So, with regards to our training framework, we have a few stages, right? So we start on a primary high school stage. This will be your AI education, coding basics, your vocational. We have got a corporate workshop, we've got community labs, we've got inclusion audits. And one of the, I could say, our confirmations for what we've done at AI Global Networks and with New Global is that we ran a pilot together with Nuvian AI, and we were actually able to secure a deal worth 5 million rand to actually run a corporate workshop. So if any of you investors, if any of you founders, if anyone in the room, anyone hearing my voice today is interested in actually connecting with us, please do visit our website and do book an online AI consultation, and we will be happy to assist you in finding a way forward. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So we can take one questions and then we can just move to lunch. We'll have like a last startup that will start with just after lunch together with the community presentations. So yeah, some last question. I think everybody's very hungry. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much, guys. Please. Yeah, Farah has a word.
Yeah, if you're a speaker, please follow me for lunch, and then for everyone else, we have sandwiches in front of the auditorium. So.
Hey guys, 1 second just for the sandwiches. So I will advise you guys to walk to the left. That's where we're distributing all the sandwiches. And then you could move to the gradient behind the marquees. And we have a little musical surprise for you while you're having food. Enjoy.
Before the speakers. Sure, yeah. Okay. Sure.
Sorry.
Oh, thank you very much so much. Oh, appreciate it. Awesome.
Everything
So,
went very smooth, so...
it went very smooth. Thank you so much for the reminders for this year. It's
no
helped a lot. There's just so much going on. It's
You're
but,
handling it like
oh.
perfectly.
Oh, well, thank you so much, yeah.
You can have it better than this.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then we've got one more after lunch, and then we've got some, you said community?
With communities, we have...
to use a
test.
Good. Tu peux prendre un micro pour les questions. Il y a juste une question pour celle-là. Juste pour celle-là. Should we start? We're good, guys? Can we start?
Thank you, everyone. I see that there is still some energy after lunch. Congratulations, guys. I hope that you enjoyed the dance show. I personally loved it. It will be again tomorrow in the afternoon. All right. We have our last startup of the day presenting, and closing this pitch session, we are moving to education, or moving back to education, with extra class AI providing hyper-personalized learning for African high schools. Please join me in welcoming Mzwandile and Tabang.
Good afternoon, guys. So I just want to check around the room. So I assume most of us have been in school. So by a show of hands, I want to understand how many of you guys liked doing your homework? Okay, a few hands. How many of you guys would have done your homework if you got paid for it? Okay, great stuff. So we have a very simple solution to a very complex problem as extra class. What we have noted over the past few years is that 464 schools do not have maths and science offered as subjects, and this is purely because there's not enough maths teachers, and this problem is highly situated towards the Eastern Cape and KZN areas, where schools cannot offer these kids maths and science at all. We also noted that as much as we have a high unemployment rate among the youth, sitting at around 57%, 60% of those unemployed youth actually have a mismatch of job entry requirements in terms of literacy and numeracy. So therefore, they are actually unemployable. This problem is actually a big one for the economy itself. There's about 1.1 million students that have to repeat a grade every year, costing the economy 20 billion rands. So we have a very big, audacious goal to solve what the news has constantly publicized and worked on, because the system is failing our kids. We have a very big and very audacious goal of teaching 10 million kids across the continent in the year 2013. And we want to do it with a very simple and unique solution called Extra Class. So what Extra Class offers is a hyper-personalized learning platform. When you get into it as a student, let's say you're a grade 8, you're presented with a baseline assessment that assesses where you are in your learning journey. And then it maps out your strengths and weaknesses and allows us to map your learning journey. It is kept aligned, so we know on day one what you need to be studying. So we have lessons for you, so even if your teacher maybe starts 2 weeks later, you can get onto Extra Class and stay in line with the syllabus. On a day-to-day basis, we have homework exercises that you can do. And like we've seen, many of us did not like doing homework, but we have rewards incentives that enable these kids to stay motivated. But what we reward is actually not top achievers. We reward consistency on the platform and engagement. And we try to compete on those points and less so on marks. It is a three-way system that allows parents and teachers to stay involved in a kid's learning journey. And I'll show you some of the features now. This is what it looks like, but we'll get into a demo. A teacher is able to actually get onto the platform. So this is the front-end tool, not the back-end tool that the teachers have. A teacher can get in and simply create work from a baseline of questions that have already been uploaded into the system. But if they don't like the questions, they can actually use our AI platforms called Tutor, generate new questions in there. So what you're seeing is what would take a teacher a couple of hours to do, they will be able to do it in a couple of minutes and publish it directly to the whole class within that time being. We spoke about direct communication between parents and teachers, but we've actually included tutors in the platform as well, just switched off at the moment. So we are able to communicate around what the teaching interventions are needed for all the students. And this is what the meat of it looks like. So as a student, you're able to see where you're ranking in the platform. We have the whole CAPS syllabus aligned, which in itself is actually an IP that we've created because there's actually no teaching guideline that shows you on a day-to-day what a teacher needs to be doing. And what we've actually learned is that there's a lot of content to cover. So we have about 100, 200 teaching days across the year, but you break down the actual syllabus into that content, you realize that you actually run out of time very quickly. So we are able to actually fast-track this learning and couple a few things together so that the students stay ahead. Cool. So what you're able to see here is pretty much the students' strengths and weaknesses for every part of the themes that they need to learn throughout the year, and we keep track of it and create general homework for it, and Tabang will show you that in a bit. I'll not touch on commercial viability, but the addressable market is 4 million students every year within the country for maths and science. We do want to expand into different subjects, early childhood development, as well as other modules, so that is our expansion strategy. In terms of feasibility, looking at competitors, it's not easy to have more tutors, they're quite expensive. It's not cheap to build more schools, and some of the teachers that are already being generated out of systems, we found that some of them need to be equipped as well. And then our competitors are actually not too intensive on the AI and syllabus alignment, because that IP itself is actually quite tough to generate. Spoke about scalability and growth, expansion into the continent, expansion into IEB and other syllabus. What's very important for us is impact alignment. I think a gentleman earlier spoke about the UN development goals. So we touch on 4 of these goals. So quality education, gender equality, we touch on innovation and reducing inequalities, and quality education in the long term actually solves for that. I will not touch on the tech stack, but you guys, because this is more of a CTO function, and again, I'll echo what all the other founders were speaking about. So I am more business, but if you want to talk more about the technicalities of how we integrate into the different LLMs and how we have an open LLM module that actually allows us to switch between all the LLMs, happy to have a conversation with Tabang, or drop us an email, and then you can also speak to our CTOs. Cool. I want to get into just the team and the leadership. So my name is Mzondile, like it was said. Our company is wholly youth-owned, wholly black-owned, and South African-owned. We have quite well-seasoned execs on the team with plus 10 years experience in different industries. Tabang started as an intern, I think 3 years ago, with the company, and he's now standing here as a co-founder and partner in the business. So as much as we are pitching for financial support, we're also pitching for talent. So if any of you guys have the necessary skill sets and you want to partner and collaborate in future or start your careers, please reach out to myself. There are my details. And then I want to show you guys then the interesting part. Tabang. Cool, so this is the learning platform. Like we said, it's a daily teaching platform. And every day you'll see a lot of exercises that are available for both teachers and students. Go ahead, Tabang.
So, okay, thanks, Mzwandile. So, this is basically our site. This is basically a student dashboard, what they see on a daily basis. As he said, Mozwandile, we have sort of digitalized the whole CAPS system on our application. It's so fully there. So at the moment, this is basically Jan, so I'll just go in and just show you an example of marking. So what we do is that marking is automatic. So as soon as a student answers their questions, the marking is automatic. We don't touch marking. So the AI is responsible for that. Okay, so basically what you guys are seeing now is basically a response from a student who actually submitted their work. So ideally what we would like a student to do is that, well, basically the workflow behind it is that the student, whilst they're working, they will see a question, take a picture of it. After that, the picture is sent to our backend. The backend processes that. We send it back to the LLM, it gets marked. After being marked, then it comes back to us, then we present a sort of a feedback for the student. So since this is a maths question, so we go into detail with every specific step that the student might have missed. So we have marks, basically, we allocate marks, we give feedback from the student. The student can actually even ask questions per response. So it's in the instance where a student might not really understand the feedback, they can they actually come in and ask the AI to actually explain it to them a little bit better. So the idea here is not just to only mark the student's work, but to also provide detailed feedback. Once that is done, what we want to do is that we want to cascade the student slightly below, right? So if we identify certain things about the students that stand out as critical, so what we do is that we have a cascading, so we cascade down a student, so we go down a level, and so once we get there, we then automatically create a customized tutorial for you. So this is very custom, so it's only customized based off the feedback that the AI had identified. So when I click here, that's basically customizing and creating that tutorial. It takes quite some time, so I'm just gonna go step back out of here. So once that is done, now the student has this custom tutorial just built exactly for them. And they can do that. And once in here, this is basically, we did not curate this, as I said. And the student goes through this tutorial. This is basically what the AI had identified that I am struggling with as a student at this point. So as it is, we always have the ability to ask questions as well. So it's just not limited to what is here, but you can continue the conversation with the AI and ask it a few questions as to why, or if you don't understand anything in here. But the process is very straightforward. You go through the tutorial, answer the question, and complete the tutorial, start exercise, and that process happens again. So as soon as you get feedback again, and if there's anything that we have identified from there, we then go through that process once more again until the student sort of understands, and we get them to a point where they're able to sort of ascend from where they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabang.
Thank you very much, Tabang and Mzwandile. I think we have some people that want to go back to high school right now. So we do have time for one question. So if we can get a mic. Oh, we have a first question here, and we have a second question.
Hi. I'm hoping this is not too technical, but I guess it's technical, sometimes technical. But with the example you gave, you did show that the student was taking a picture of their work basically, and then the AI does the grading. So, oh, by the way, I'm also, I come from UCT. So I had a peer who had his thesis on basically the optical character recognition of taking the maths problems from a picture, translating them to something that a computer can understand, and then doing the grading. But after like intensive efforts, it was obvious that basically getting an OCR to properly detect the writing was one of the biggest challenges. How do you go about making sure that you can extract all the information that the student has written, and how do you eliminate the ambiguities in like the process of converting from like image to computer, like passing the information basically?
That is actually a very valid question. I think at first we sort of ran into that issue, but we don't actually do that ourselves. We hand over that to the AI company, ChatGPT. So they're very good at text recognition. So exactly, we leverage that, and what is our accuracy rate? It's almost.
Yeah, it's a very high confidence
yeah.
interval. So we're not using optical character recognition as just OCR by itself, but you're actually going into the LLMs and actually first breaking down it. So if you looked at the old OCR modules, pre-AI, then you'd have that problem. But right now, the tech has advanced a bit. We don't actually even call an ACR module within the backend.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll chat later, but yeah, he was sort of also at the same pipeline, but it still didn't yield much good results. But just a follow-up, this being in the South African context, I think we also recognize that there's a lot of limitations with, like, say, internet access and all that. Would there be a plan of you guys trying to have this thing, say, run locally? Because that's also another thing that was raising challenges. As soon as you try to go local, some of the computational overhead gets overwhelming and you can't still maintain that level of accuracy.
Yeah.
Do you have plans to, like,
Yeah,
sort of
very good question. So it's one of the items in our roadmap there. So, and again, it was addressed earlier, right, about on-edge processing and the accuracy of LLMs, especially if you're targeting low LSM households, you might not have the best devices, right? So on my device, it might work well because I have high processing power, but when you take into account a student sitting somewhere in Lephalale, it might not be the best output. So what we need to actually do is provide sponsored data and internet connectivity. So within our partnership roadmap, in one of the slides, I speak to it around partnering with the telcos and zero rating the platform. So then you don't have to worry about the device itself, you just have to worry about the internet part, which solves for the lower LSMs.
And can I just add on that? We also just don't leverage images as well. So we have other means of answering questions. So at the moment, we do have a on-screen sort of ability to write your questions directly on your phone. So it's not just limited to that.
Yeah, I think, we didn't just show that. But yeah, you can actually write out the answers on the application, and then it'll mark it. And then that portion moves us from that 95% confidence interval to slightly higher. But we also recognize that not a lot of students might have access to that type of device, so just take a picture. Thanks for the questions, very good questions.
Thanks for the presentation, interesting work. Building off of the previous question, since it's a learning context where, it's students that are interacting with it and getting feedback, how do you handle the fact that the accuracy is not really 100%? So, like, even beyond the OCR part, there's a grading, right? So how do you handle the fact that the tool could potentially give a wrong answer to the students?
Very good question. So we do have a human-in-the-loop approach where the students are the human-in-the-loop, where they see that maybe the output was incorrect. They can actually say, okay, I have a question for this thing, and then put it back. It goes all the way into our back end, where we will then assess the accuracy of the output and then enhance it. So what Tabang has built is actually a whole back-end engine that looks at every query for every subject topic, which is something we learned the hard way, that it's not good enough to say learn algebra, but we go into algebra and say which topics in algebra are we covering and create custom prompts for them to increase their accuracy. So if we do get a question where we see the output was not correct, then we go back to that specific module, and then we then see where it can be enhanced. He has a, call it a challenger, right? We'll have the current prompt, and then we'll have a challenger prompt to see if it'll yield better results. But that's all in the back office, so as we then address it.
I have a question. I just want to find out, so is this still, is it being rolled out, and do you have any users on it? Or is it still just in development and testing?
It's live, but we are rolling out the marketing within the next week. So
Okay.
the link that you saw Tabango on is actually our live link.
Okay.
We're just initiating marketing, running some go-to-market strategies, and a few competitions for the students to just entice them to get onto the platform. But it's a live link.
And are you looking to maybe get it like accredited or
Very good question.
being used?
So accreditation, I think, is something that has come about, but we're not a teaching platform, we're a tutoring platform.
So when we do expand to becoming fully educational, where we get accreditation, then we'll have that conversation. But right now we're keeping it to just the tutoring part.
And how keen are you on partnering with somebody that's already established with the education side of things?
Very keen. So yeah, part of our discussion today is really around one, talent, two, finance. Like we said, computer's expensive, marketing is expensive, and talent is expensive. But also to just see how we can enhance the ecosystem with partnerships.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we have a bunch of interesting questions, which is why we're going to have some community presentations and a booth later. Unfortunately, we are short on time, so please feel free to ask Mzwandile and Tabank all your questions later. And thank you one more time, guys.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Before moving on to our dear community builders, our community presentations, we will give away 3 things to our founders and attendees. We will give away 2 phones from the brand Oppo, but you have to compete for them. We will give away Notion AI, that is for everyone, because what matters is participation. And we will be offering Akalytica credits. For those unfamiliar with Akalytica, Akalytica is a tool built for founders who move fast, and it helps startups launch a sharp digital presence. So as soon as we have the QR codes, I will explain to you guys the competition. In the meantime, I will ask from our dear communities to try to keep the presentations to 5 minutes, because I think we're running a bit late on schedule, and it would be lovely to have the booth presentations later. And I will give a brief expectations of tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a lot of high-profile speakers. We have speakers coming all the way from Seattle, USA, ex-director at Microsoft. We have an exciting panel. We have a Time AI 100 keynote at 10:30 in the morning. So yeah, I hope to see you again, everyone, tomorrow. First, let me explain the rules of the Oppo LinkedIn challenge. So we have 2 phones that we will give away, but you have to compete. So what is the competition? We have created this hashtag, Oppo AMLD challenge, and we will monitor this hashtag every day. By the end of Thursday, the 2 LinkedIn profiles with the most impressions will get 2 Oppo phones. So get to your LinkedIns and start posting. Is the hashtag clear, or if maybe some people want to take a photo? But the hashtag is Oppo AMLD challenge. Please make sure you have that right. And even when you post, please make sure to have that right. It would be unfortunate to win with the wrong hashtag. So yeah. A few more seconds to take pictures of the code. Okay, I think everyone is settled. Okay. Notion. So Notion is a CRM tool that I believe everyone is familiar with. We internally at AMLD also use Notion, so we are very grateful for them. Please scan this QR code. You will see a submission form, and you will be receiving an email by tonight on how to register for Notion AI. A kind note that this is 3 months of Notion AI, so perhaps this will make you go longer. So please, for founders or anyone who would like to use Notion AI for 3 months, please scan this QR code and input your email. Does anyone still want to input their emails? Okay. Akalytica. So for those of you who do not know Akalytica, Akalytica is founded by Edzai Mzobwo, who is from Zimbabwe but based in South Africa. So Akalytica is built for founders who move fast, help startups, Akalytica helps startups launch a sharp, conversion-ready digital presence in minutes. It is powered by AI tools that include Lovable. It turns visibility into growth with smart analytics, clean design, and everything you need to go from idea to impact. So please go ahead and scan this QR code. You will be receiving an email shortly thereafter. It might take 5 to 10 minutes. With that, we finally get to the last part of the day, a part that I am personally excited for and emotional about, because African AI is not only about pure hard research, but it is also about communities. It is about a powerful people striving for a shared digital sovereign future. These communities include research communities, but they also include entrepreneurship communities. I would like to introduce Darkies in Tech. I believe Ntsako will be speaking better about DIT, so please.
Okay. Awesome. Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, everyone. Awesome, awesome. Cool. I'm surprised there's still so many of us after lunch. I know, back in my university days, whenever there was food, after there was food, that was mission accomplished. Everything else is a blur. So, yeah, give yourselves a round of applause for sticking around after food. Cool. I also just want to acknowledge you, Khalil, and the rest of the AMLD Africa team. It's a big feat to gather this many people in a country you're not from. So you need to teach me how to do that. All right, fantastic. So my name is Ntsako Mgiba, as Khalil mentioned, and I'm the founder of Darkies in Tech. That's right, you heard correctly, Darkies in Tech. We are really called that. And I'm the individual who had the audacity to call us that. All right, so I'll explain why I have that audacity. So if you've been a part of the South African tech ecosystem, you'll know that it's very pale male, right? And I'll go as far as saying pale male from Stellenbosch, UCT, and the regulars, you name it, right? So there's a lot of systemic exclusion that happens in the ecosystem. I don't believe it's intentional, but there's a lot of unconscious bias that have a huge impact on entrepreneurs and how they build. I know this because I was an entrepreneur myself. I've built a high-growth tech company that's gone on to raise angel investment, VC. I've been through the ups and downs of this journey. All right, and one thing that I saw was that oftentimes these kinds of things happen in spaces that are far away from where the regular South African lives. That's the first thing. The second thing I noticed was that the only time that people of color, entrepreneurs who are building tech startups, come together is when we're competing against each other. We're pitching for limited resources. So naturally, the framing is adversarial, and it does not lend itself to true collaboration. Right? If people ask you questions, it's because they kind of want to know, how do I implement what you've just said in my business? Not about how can we actually help each other move forward. So that's why Darkies in Tech exists. It's to combat this. So we're very privileged today because we are now the largest vetted professional network for black tech entrepreneurs in the country. All right? Thank you very much. So we've been around for 5 years. We started off as a very humble WhatsApp group with about 10 people who did not give me consent to be added onto the groups. Thankfully, a lot of them are still there. And over the years, we've built a broad membership of north of 400 entrepreneurs who are building high-growth tech companies. Now, these guys are amazing. I'll give you some numbers. Collectively, these 400 have created north of 4,000 jobs, right? And they've raised north of 5.9 billion rand in funding. That's billion. Black tech entrepreneurs. Right? So it's an incredible bunch. So our mission is simple, right? We want to ensure that these innovators get access to the tech opportunity. Right? I speak about the tech opportunity. Tech needs to be democratized. right? If all the funding is going to people who look a particular way, you have a huge problem. If all the talent is gravitating towards people who look a particular way, you've got a big problem. If corporates will only trust entrepreneurs who look a particular way, you've got a big problem. So we want to democratize the tech opportunity. And that is our mission. And our vision is simple. We imagine a tech ecosystem that looks more representative of our country's rich demographic tapestry. In short, we back black. So I want to give you a picture. Okay, all the best for that picture. So I just wanted to give you an example of the kinds of entrepreneurs that we serve. So it's two types. The one we call them rising stars. The second we call them trailblazers. So this is an example of a rising star. Her name is Sibongile. So she's building a company called Squirrel Away. Now she's noticed that, you know, parents often gift their children toys that they very quickly outgrow. But you know what they won't outgrow? Investments. So she's built a platform to democratize access to investment. So as family members, you can contribute towards a child's financial future through gifting them financial products on their profile. How smart is that? So she was recently admitted into the Google for Startups Accelerator, much like a lot of the entrepreneurs in our community. And then this is Boo Boo. He's an example of a trailblazer. So Boo Boo has built a platform that connects student talent with corporate opportunities in tech. Now he's built a very fantastic marketplace, and he's partnered with most of the South African universities. I believe WITS might be one of them as well. But have a look at his platform, because there's real opportunities for employment there. And he's raised north of 10 million rand, he's created hundreds of jobs, and he's what we would call a trailblazer. So our solution is simple, right? We find these entrepreneurs who are building, and we recognize them, we invite them into community, and we offer this value offering. The first is access to knowledge. And we do this through a variety of curated events. We call them knowledge transfer sessions. We have one each month. So we'll typically invite an expert around the world to come and teach us along the lines of a specific topic. That's everything from how do you hire technical co-founders to how do you fire people legally. And these people come and teach this knowledge, because you can't assume that people know this, especially if you come from a household where you're a first-generation entrepreneur. We also then give them access to community. So we put them in community with their peers, right? In our spaces, in the spaces we've curated, for the first time, an entrepreneur can be in the same space as a fund manager from the PIC. You can imagine the value of that to somebody who knows their story and wants to pitch it correctly. We also give them access to capital. So we've got great relationships in the ecosystem. You would think with a name like ours, no one wants to work with us, right? But it's actually not true. A lot of the major ecosystem players do want to work with us, and they do work with us. Why? Because they're mandated to find people who look like you and support you, but they're struggling to. So our answer then is, we're all here in one place. Let's talk, right? So that's how we get investors to come on a monthly basis and talk to us. So they'll come and they'll tell us, this is what our fund does, this is what we're looking for, and so forth, and then we bridge that gap. And then most importantly, access to markets, right? If you were to go to Standard Bank today and say, I've got this awesome solution, I really want to sell it to you, it'll be quite a hard sell, right? Because they're going to look at you at the merit of your own traction. So when I go to them, it's a different conversation, because I don't say, hey, I'm just one entrepreneur. I say I represent 400 entrepreneurs, and collectively we've created 4,000 jobs and raised 5.9 billion. That gets their attention, and then I'm able to have a conversation with them around what they're looking for, and then I open the door for the entrepreneur. Simple as that. So that is us, and today I'm here to educate you about what we do, and I noticed there's a lot of black entrepreneurs in the room. Let's have a conversation. We have a stall outside, and thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Nsako. It makes me very proud to see that in South Africa there is this representation, because South Africa is a rainbow country, and it makes me very proud to see that everyone is represented. Thank you very much, Nsako. For our next community, I would like to invite Mogao, who is not here. Ah, sorry, I didn't see you. Please, Mogao, join us on stage, and thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Mogao.
Hello, everyone. Khalil nearly skipped me over, but it's okay. Hi. How's everybody doing? You guys' energy is a bit low. How's everybody doing? Good. As Khalil has mentioned, my name is Mahamarura. So actually, I did have some slides and a lot of notes and a lot of X, and I'm just like, I think you guys have had enough of the structured talking. So I'm just gonna speak from the heart and the mind with everything that I do have. So. I'm just gonna throw in a hat trick here and just randomly ask you guys, just a few of you guys. When you see me, when you see all this pink, by the way, it wasn't intentional. What are you guys thinking? Like, what comes to mind? Okay, we're gonna take, I don't know about the princess, but y'all, we're gonna take the side. Anything else? Bobby and Take, I love that actually. I love that. And I'll tell you why I love that. So, now you see we've taken a different angle. So I'll tell you why I love that. So LEAD is a okay, it's in the acronym. It's a Leadership, Education and Development Foundation, right? It was started mainly because in the tech industry, I come across a lot of professionals that have the technical skills but then don't have the soft skills to actually launch and advocate for themselves in the workplace. So even if they do have access to the opportunities, they never know how to exactly, number one, get into the spaces and actually grow, and don't know how to advocate for themselves adequately in order to actually get, to maximize rather the opportunities. So that's how LEAD was founded. It's pink, like I said, but that was very, it's a coincidence. Everything is a coincidence. My favorite color is actually brown. So as I've mentioned, we realized this gap, and that is how we're essentially trying to reach out to professionals. So this is for your students. This is for your pivoters in tech, and pivoters into from other industries into tech. This is also for your average students. And I will tell you a bit of a backstory myself, Bobby in tech. So I actually started off in law, and well, I guess the speaking skills also came from there, and the advocacy came from there as well. So it did help, a little bit. And then eventually, somewhere along the lines, legal tech came into the picture, and then from legal tech, the cloud computing bug bit me, and then now I'm a cloud engineer. So how did I get to become a cloud engineer? So like I mentioned, it was a transition. It wasn't necessarily smooth. So I did have the technical skills, as I'm mentioning. However, there was an intersection that was a little, let me say, like a cherry on top that I had that actually made me stand out of everybody. And it was the soft skills that I'm mentioning here, the leadership skills. So that is what essentially LEAD is about. We are the intersection between your technical skills and your leadership skills, helping you be able to advocate for yourself to get into these spaces, and when you get to these spaces, for you to actually grow and to maintain those spaces or your spot in these spaces. Because what we realized was a lot of people don't actually lack ambition. They don't lack ambition. We have background noise. A lot of people don't lack ambition and they don't lack skills. What they lack is, like I mentioned, the advocacy skills for themselves. So that is where we're at. I could bore you guys with like the statistics about how many people exactly we've helped and what exactly we do, but I think you guys, like I mentioned, you've heard a bit of that. Like you've heard a lot about that. And I think I'm actually gonna cap it at that and ask if you guys have any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mogao. I promise I didn't intend to to unsee you in the beginning. Now I see you. So thank you very much. You will also find Mogao later at her booth. Do you have slides? Yeah. We can do with the slides. So join me, guys, in welcoming Rendani, representing AfriClimate. Rendani. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I had slides, but I'll just take Mohao's lead. I think we can get through this. So my name is Rendani. I'm actually a professor in natural science here at the University of Witwatersrand. But yeah, so I'm here talking about work that emanates from my research and the community that is AfriClimate AI. And it's good to be back at AMLD. The last time I was at AMLD, I think it was in Nairobi. AfriClimate AI just started a few months before that. And I was living in London at the time. I had to bootstrap myself, get myself to Nairobi, and pretend like we're a serious community. But this year is a little different. So it's about 2 years on, and we've seen tremendous growth in the community. So what is AfriClimate AI? So AfriClimate AI started out of the deep learning endowment. Does anybody know about the deep learning endowment? Yeah, so in 2023, I'm a researcher, so I'm an actuary, but my research is in climate risk. So I look at how AI could be used in modeling things that insurers care about, like wildfires and floods and things like that. So I was invited to give a talk at the Deep Learning Endowment in Ghana, and we talk about some things that are unique to Africa as it relates to the application of AI for climate. So one of those is that we don't have enough data. In terms of, if you think of climate, it's exciting for an AI person because you could have a grid in space and time, and then you could have this clean data. That is often the case in the global north. And also you've got satellites that produce this data. But then when it comes to South Africa, you often have to calibrate these satellites. That's the one thing. And also when you do what is called reanalysis, you've got a big physical model that generates predictions in space and time. Again, it needs to assimilate data locally. So what that implies, therefore, is that if you're doing AI over Africa for weather forecasting and other things, which has really gained pace through work from NVIDIA, Google DeepMind, and others, you sort of find out that, the models tend to be, actually fitting on predictions, because a lot of the boom in AI in this space came out of what is called reanalysis data, which is more like a weather forecasting model that's done as a hindcast. And then AI, that's good for AI because those are smooth, continuous, the model outputs. They're good if they're perturbed by real observations, but if they're not, it's not good for weather forecasting in Africa. So we set out to do something about that. And at the time, I was a Google DeepMind fellow in London, so I went to DeepMind's offices and spoke to some of the directors there and said, well, as our community, we've done some benchmarking of these models. And, well, the first suggestion that it showed, I'm going to get to the point soon, but the first suggestion that these models showed is that they're very accurate over Africa, more than the rest of the world. And the reason with that as well was that actually, again, there's this reanalysis argument that actually, where you don't have data, you've got a physical model where the physical dynamics are easily learnable by a graph neural network that has billions of parameters, and therefore you need almost like to fine-tune the model or retrain it on localized data. We proposed a project called Focused for Africa, which does exactly the same thing. So in Focus for Africa as a community, we supported by google.org eventually, is that we're actually working with National Met Services to use their own data because their data sovereignty issues around climate data. So work with empowering different Met Services like South African Weather Services, Kenya Meteorological Department, to actually look at leveraging the state-of-the-art developments in this area by fine-tuning models using localized data. With that, that's really many of our activities. We do workshops at the Indaba and other places. And again, we do workshops for Met Services. As part of Focus for Africa, we had 9 countries join us in Pretoria last year. And again, we're really trying to create a community of weather forecasters that work in this area so that the people who make the forecast for countries are empowered to do this. And secondly, also that the young people, the engineers that are actually there to provide the talent to get this done, sort of meet the two. Lastly, we're lucky to also get a grant in collaboration with WITS University with the Bezos Earth Fund to extend that project on, which is called Finecast. Again, building localized air weather forecasting models. If my slides were up, I would say that you should look at us, africlimate.ai, AfriClimate on LinkedIn. We're hiring, we're expanding our team, both from particularly ML engineers, ML ops, those kind of things. And particularly, we're looking for a skill set as well at the researcher level, which is at an intersection of both climate and AI. But again, please be on the lookout for positions where we're hiring for. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rendanye. It is indeed a pleasure to see you again at AMLD Africa. And congratulations on the positive work with AfriClimate. I hope in AMLD Africa 2027 it will be even bigger. Now I would like the audience, I would like to collaborate with you to give a huge, huge, huge round of applause for our next community, because this community is one of the entities that is enabling AMLD Africa, that is enabling our gathering today. Please, big, big round of applause for Masakanye. I run away with the mic.
Hello, everyone. You can do a bit better. Hello, everyone. Awesome. So I like to do this activity because I feel like it truly embodies what our community is. I'm going to say hi, everyone, in a language I think in quite commonly, and I'm going to ask a few other people in the crowd to do the same. So I think often in Kiswahili. So I'm going to say habari zenu. That means how are you guys? So I'm going to pick someone at random to do this with me. Just go with me.
So I'm supposed to say it in my language. Magadi Shenyu. So that's Shona from Zimbabwe.
Abule. That's Alpha in Idoma from Nigeria.
Molweni nonke. Oh, that's Xhosa from South Africa.
Minjani, that is Tsonga, South African language.
Great. So I think that gives us a great opening for what Masakane is about. On our wonderful continent, we have more than 2,000 spoken languages. We've just had a few of them. And as a community, our plan is to find a way for technology to understand all 2,000 of these languages. Of course, it's a huge and very, very remarkable goal and intention. And so that's why we work together as a community to make it happen. So Masakane was born of a conversation had during a deep learning indaba as well, believe it or not, around the year 2019. And the premise of that conversation was how can we enable research and innovation and collaboration to effectively map our languages and integrate them in technology. Since then, Masakane has grown into a community of more than 3,700 individuals across 24 time zones. Why do I use time zones? Because if I'm naming the countries, I think there'll be just way too many. And the most exciting thing about this is we work together collaboratively, not just as techies, but as linguists, as enthusiasts of our languages, as purveyors of our African linguistic culture. And so Masakane has grown predominantly in the research arm, working on the ways in which we can integrate our languages, working on research papers, research projects that enable us to do this more effectively. And last year we founded the Masakane African Languages Hub because we realized research is great, but it also helps a lot to provide support and resources to the grassroots community doing this important work across all these countries. And so at the Masakane African Languages Hub, We provide grants, we provide resources, and we provide community gatherings where we talk about the challenges that you experience gathering this data, right? Recording this voice data, annotating this data, working with these communities, and how we can enable you to do that more effectively. So at Masakhane African Languages Hub, we have open grants, and I don't do the slides thing. I just like to have a conversation because I feel like it's far more helpful. And so on our website, if you go to masakhane.io, you'll find out more about our community, and you'll find out more about the grants that we have open. So I would like to welcome you all to join our community, because this journey of 2,000 languages, it's going to take every single one of us. So I hope to talk to you more at our booth outside and in the course of the next week. Very, very, very excited to meet you all, and thank you, AMLD, for having us.
Thank you very much, Lydia. A lot of communities emerge from deep learning in Indaba. Is there anyone here who wants to launch a community? Maybe in a few years you can say it was launched in AMLD. No, but we do have a close relationship with deep learning in Indaba. It is one community after all, and we have a shared mission. And you can catch a few of the founders of deep learning in Indaba. That includes Vikosi Marivet. He will be speaking on Wednesday, as well as Prof. Benjamin Rossman, and yes, both on Wednesday. So for our next community, I would like everyone to join me in welcoming Sherilyn. I am very happy that we have communities that are not only Pan-African, but also focused on specific regions. So I'm very eager to hear about Data Science Zimbabwe. Please warm welcome for Sherilyn.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gunitemba Sherilyn Maposa, and it's fine, I'll use this. I am very honored to be representing Data Science Zimbabwe today. So before I tell you a bit more about what we do, I want us to do a bit of an exercise. So it's gonna involve some of you guys standing up, raising your hands, because we all still have some energy. So I'll start. Please stand up if you have ever tried learning a technology skill by yourself, whether using YouTube or a book or any online resources. Please stand up. Okay, great. And keep standing up if through that journey you felt stuck, you felt overwhelmed, and you didn't know which direction to take. So keep standing up if that's you. So I want all of you to just look around the room and look at how many people are still standing up. Yeah. Thank you. You can sit down. So now, before I start my presentation again, I'm going to ask us to do one slogan. I'm going to say tech, and then you guys are going to say, I can do it. Right? Simple? Okay. Tech. Tech. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So today I'm representing Data Science Zimbabwe. So essentially, Data Science Zimbabwe, we're very rooted in capacity building for our communities. We do realize that getting started in a data career can be confusing, can be overwhelming, and can be hard. So one of our biggest goals is to ensure that our community members have access to learn practical skills and relevant skills. This allows them to learn, grow, and also effectively contribute to the greater AI community and ecosystem as well. So how we do this, we make sure that our community members have access to premium learning platforms where they can easily upskill by themselves, but also in a community where if they do feel stuck, they've got peers that they can also refer back to. They've got mentors who are in the community who can also guide them to say, this is the direction that is best for the career that you want to take. These are the skills that you also need to learn to make sure that you are very competent in that data career that you are also trying to take. So one thing that we definitely believe in as Data Science Zimbabwe is we believe that data talent already does exist in Southern African communities, but our role as the different communities that have been representing here today, and as all of us who are sitting in that room, our role is to make sure that we support that talent, we nurture that talent such that it does not leave Southern Africa or Africa as a whole, but also stays in Africa and starts building and solving solutions to our problems as Africans. So in summary, what we really do seek to achieve is to really build globally competitive data skills in Zimbabwe, because that's where we're from, and also in Southern Africa, where we all stay as Africans. So some of our projects that we've done, our milestones, which we're really proud of, I'm not sure who's controlling the slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I'll start with our story. As another community did mention before, is that our community also started as a very simple WhatsApp group in 2018, where we had a group of community members who realized that, you know what, there is a very high interest in data, in machine learning, and in AI careers, research projects, but there really wasn't any structured support locally in our Zimbabwean context. So this is how we started. And from our very small WhatsApp group, we then eventually grew, and we had our first ever data conference in 2018 at an institution called Harare Institute of Technology. This also just goes on to show that as Data Science Zimbabwe, we're really interested in integrating both learners, students, professionals, institutions, and industry as well for collective growth within the data space and data world. You can go to the next one. So these are some of the projects that we've done. You can see there are a lot of different projects. I'll talk more about them on our booth. But mainly from this project is, I want you guys not just to see a list of projects that are listed on the screen, but I want you guys to see this as milestones. Milestones to show that when community members come together or when communities collaborate, we do have a lot of confidence and competency in our skills, in our data skills in Africa. The one most impactful project that we're most proud of as Data Science Zimbabwe, because all of us, as indicated, sometimes we really don't know where to start. So one of our most best projects is our Data Science Mentorship Project. So this project, what it did is it brought together people who were starting their careers in data together with seasoned professionals, such that they could be guided in their journey as well. They could have, you know, career clarity as well, and they could meaningfully contribute to their communities and help solve problems within their areas. And just to show as a success metric, if we go to the next slide, you can see that through some of our partnerships that we've done, including DataCamp, which is a premier learning platform, one of our students who actually took part in that learnathon and learning initiative we did was actually featured on DataCamp Donates. So Python was already employed and he wanted to upskill. And after he completed this program that he did, he also realized that even his remuneration did increase from work, meaning that he could add more value to the organization where he was in through the skills that he has developed, to show that community work is actually valuable and is actually helping our community members improve their lives and also add value to the areas and the organizations that they are working in. So just in summary, I would like to say Data Science Zimbabwe is not just a community, but we think of it as a platform for individuals, institutions, academia, industry, to all come together for collective growth, so that us as Africans, we solve our unique African problems using AI, using data, with talent that can be found locally. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please do feel free to come to our booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sherilyn, and congratulations to Data Science Zimbabwe. So the places to be seem to be either deep learning Indaba or a WhatsApp group. So you guys know where to go if you want to launch a community. For our next community, I'm also very proud to say that it is a specific community from a specific region. And without further ado, I'm very happy, and please join me in welcoming Kanye from AI Eswatini.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. My name is Kanyisile. Some call me Tapiwa. I'm a Makakula, and I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Okay, so one thing about Eswatini is that we're very rich in culture and traditions. When it comes to technology, it's not looking so good. So this is how AI Eswatini was born. So AI Eswatini, or the AIE, is what we call it, is a national artificial intelligence community based in the Kingdom of Eswatini. So over the next few minutes, I'll just introduce our community, I'll state our mission, I'll highlight our key achievements, and reflect on the impact our members are making, both locally and beyond. So AI Eswatini was founded in July 2025. It's still a new community in response to a growing need for a locally grounded, community-driven AI ecosystem. So we bring together your students, your researchers, your professionals, and we share a common belief that artificial intelligence should not be something that is imported and imposed, but something that is shaped by local context, local needs, and the local people. So it should be locally based. It's not like we are against collaborating with the other communities, but it would be nice if it actually came from us and to also upskill the Emaswati people. So our community is community-led and it's impact-oriented. We focus not only on learning AI, but also on using it responsibly to address real challenges that are faced by our society, by our nation. So what is our mission? Yeah. Our mission is to empower Emaswati through ethical, inclusive, and impactful innovation. So this mission guides everything that we do. First, we focus on building local AI capacity, ensuring people have the skills and the confidence to engage with AI meaningfully. Secondly, we apply AI to real societal challenges rather than abstract problems disconnected from lived realities. So, and thirdly, we embed the ethics and the inclusion by design, recognizing that responsible AI must be intentional from the very beginning. So what we have worked on so far, that is from July 2025 till today. In healthcare, we explore how AI can support early detection and decision-making in low resource settings. In agriculture, we look at ways AI can help reduce losses and improve productivity. So we also focus on financial literacy and societal impact, recognizing the strong links between economic knowledge and social well-being. Underlying all of this AI education and skills development, which enables sustainable long-term impact. Then our achievements, yes, thank you. Our achievements under capacity building. So one of our major achievements has been expanding access to AI skills development. Through partnerships, we secured data camp scholarships for Emaswati who want to venture into AI and machine learning, removing financial barriers that often prevent entry into the AI field, because it can be quite expensive to venture into an AI field. And we decided, why don't we partner with Data Camp to be able to get scholarships for them. And in addition, we hosted a 5-week online AI learnathon, which was published all over the social media platforms that we have, which emphasized hands-on practical learning. Participants collaborated with peers, applied concepts to African problem context, and moved beyond theory into real application. So this initiative helped shift learners from passive consumption to active participation in the field of AI. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then achievements when it comes to applied AI projects. So beyond training our community members, we went on to collaborate with an organization. One of us, actually, which is me, went on to collaborating with an organization known as Tower Health, in which we are contributing to an AI-based cervical cancer detection system. The focus is on early screening and applicability in low-resource clinical environments throughout the entire sub-Saharan African context. So in social impact, we're also working on an AI project that is addressing financial illiteracy, recognizing its connection to poverty, family instability, and broader social outcomes. So these projects reflect our commitment to AI that is both technically sound and socially meaningful. And then the impact, last but not least, the impact. The impact of AI certainly extends beyond individual projects. We have increased access to AI and machine learning education. We have supported members in contributing to real-world AI solutions and encouraged service beyond our immediate community. So our members actively contribute across local, regional, and continental AI initiatives, including the AMLD, which helps strengthen collaboration and knowledge sharing across the African AI ecosystem. So at its core, our impact is about the people. It's about skills developed, the confidence built, and the community that is being served. Now in closing, okay, it's okay. In closing, AI certainly believes that Africa's AI future must be ethical by design, inclusive by default, and impactful by intention. So we are proud to contribute not only projects, but people, contribute to people, individuals committed to service, collaboration, and responsible innovation. Otherwise, from the team and I, thank you for the opportunity to share our work, and see you at the booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kanye. Again, it's a real pleasure to see all these nodes, and again, the African AI is one community, but we also have more niche communities which are exemplified by Data Science Team and also AI Eswatini. Before introducing our last and best, last but not least community, I'd like to give a thought to Galsen AI, who unfortunately are unable to join us, but are part of the adventure. They are part of the community, and they are the local data science community of Senegal. We give them a shout out, we think of them. Yeah. With that, I would like to introduce Robert, who is a Zindi ambassador.
Molweni. Ngiyabonga. So my name is Robert Selemani, and I'm from Zimbabwe. So I work with Cassava Technologies as a cloud platforms engineer. So just a bit about Cassava Technologies. It's a pan-African organization that is building AI factories in Africa, and I know there are startups in the room, and we have something for you. So make sure that you have your phone with you, so that at the end you can actually take my contact details, scan there, you can connect with me, then we can get to see what we can achieve together as startups, okay? So I'm also a co-founder of AI Eswatini, also work with Data Science Zimbabwe. So yeah, I'm work with a number of communities. So today I'm going to speak about Zindi, which is, I can say, the biggest platform for data scientists in Africa, right, with over 100,000 users on the platform. So just to start with some, achievements as Zindi, I happen to be one of the people who have benefited a lot from Zindi as a platform, right? So this is my story. I knew about Zindi in 2020 through the Umoja Hack Africa, which is their inter-university hackathon that they used to run, right? In 2021, I became an ambassador for Zindi Africa. Then fast forward, I think most of you knows, those who are in tech, it's very difficult to find an AI or data science related attachment or internship. So recognizing that, I made use of the Zindi platform to actually accumulate experience in data, working with the data, which is the experience that I used to gain my first data-related role as a data analyst in Eswatini soon after graduation, right? So fast forward, I actually got to get hired by Cassava Technologies through Zindi, through their feature called Zindi Recruitment, where they can match you with the recruiters who are looking for skills that you actually have. So I'm not the only one. There are a lot of other people who have benefited a lot from the Zindi platform, from gaining skills, accumulating skills, to getting matched with employers, right? So this is a startup called Echo, which is based in Uganda. It's a startup that is actually successful right now, and it came as a sort of Zindi. It benefited a lot from Zindi as a platform, right? So in terms of users, Zindi has over 100,000 data professionals on the platform. 20% of them are women, then representing 190 plus countries, right? In terms of problems, it is to date it has solved over 500 problems in Africa, with universities supported over 450, and over $1 million has been paid to Zindians in prize money. So this is basically about Zindi. So it's a community made up of skills, talent, and solutions. So you realize that as you come together to solve the challenges on the Zindi platform, you're actually building on your skills, you're building your portfolio, right? And doing so, you are a talent. You get into the talent pool where potential recruiters, when they come, they can get a match to your profile if you suit the skills they are looking for. Then solutions, at the end, you are creating solutions that are going to solve unique African problems. So this is basically it on the Zindi platform. You get there, you get started, you can sign up, you compete, then you win and grow your skills. Right, so this is basically what the competition page looks like. You get your info that is explaining the problem statement that you're trying to solve, how the data looks like on the data tab, chat you can get to interact with others who are also taking part in the same challenge that you are taking part in. Then the leaderboard, where the people who are leading in that challenge can be listed after making submissions, right? So Zindi is also recently introduced certificates where if you have participated in a particular competition, you get a certificate like this one that is just detailing the problem that you're trying to solve and the skills that you got from that competition. So this is basically what the profile looks like. If you have now put all the relevant data on your profile, you get to see your current rank on the leaderboard, the points you have gotten, your best rank, you list your country, the command that you work with, your intro, the awards that you've gotten, the medals, challenges you have taken part in, submissions, charts, everything is listed there on the dashboard, right? So this is just basically a report of how Zindi is making impact through partnering with other organizations and other communities. This is by Selina, who is the co-founder and CEO of Zindi. I'm sure women in the room are getting inspiration. That's Selina, a successful leader in the tech space. So this is about me. If you scan this QR code, it will take you to my LinkedIn page. Those startups, or if you have an idea and you think you can benefit from our offerings, like that is our computer offering, our ISV program that gives you access to our market. We operate in about 32 countries. So this is it. Please connect with me. You can also take my email. Then I can also get to link you on how you can get started on the Zindi platform, making your first submissions, becoming an ambassador, like myself, if you want to become an ambassador, so we can talk about all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Robert. I'd just like to tell you that it looks cropped, but you can still scan it. I have scanned it and I already follow you. But so thank you, everyone. Siyabonga. Thank you very much for being here today. You will find all the communities at the booth, but before we leave, I would like to tell you a brief overview of tomorrow's agenda. Tomorrow, between 9 and 12, there will be 2 Time AI 100 at AMLD Africa. One of them will be here at the opening ceremony. The other one will be online. That is Priya Donti. She will be speaking, she will be giving a keynote. In the afternoon, we also have a keynote from Tom Lowry. Tom is an ex-director at Microsoft, and he's a very interesting gentleman, which is why we'll be hosting also on Wednesday an open mic discussion with Tom in a room that is called Lechotla Room. So this is because I understand that Lechotla is a place of discussion. So we will be having this open discussion. Thank you very much. On our side, tomorrow we will try to stick to the schedule so that we don't finish as late as we did today. And I hope you have the same energy. Thank you so much, guys, and see you at the booths. Thank you.
Dites-moi d'où il vient. Khalil.
You can catch him tomorrow morning, but you can also
Private conversation.
you can also catch him on Wednesday. Yeah, it's updated.
Combien d'heures de retard?
2 heures.
Ça va.